race to save the planet. 3 minutes to impact is at 9:30. An hour later, meet the cults and religious groups waiting for D-Day and putting their faith in the final reckoning. Welcome to Armageddon at 10:30.
God has put the signs in the heavens that something is about to happen on the earth.
Then at 11:35, it begins with Armageddon and ends at 0 hour, the A to Z at the end of the world.
All that Whore of Babylon, Antichrist, Omen, Armageddon stuff.
Just after midnight, get to know the man who forecast tonight's climax of history, a film premiere, Nostradamus the movie. An hour of mystic messages is on the menu at 2 in Prophecies, followed by a twisted vision of America at the end of the millennium. The entire history of the Louisiana Purchase is at 3:20. It's the end of the world on Channel 4. But don't believe everything you see on the television. The Reverend Lionel Fanthorpe will be ready and waiting to take your questions after the show at www.channel4.com.
In 1549, Michel de Nostradamus, a French doctor, began to write 1,000 prophecies designed to foretell the entire future history of mankind. Was this man a true prophet, whose visions lay bare the major historical events of the last 500 years? If he was, should we be afraid of what he wrote about our future?
A nation mourns, the world grieves. The man who became 35th president less than 3 years ago is dead.
If there was nothing to this man at all, would he have survived as long as he has? What is it that has fascinated so many people for so long? We are all of us anxious to know what's going to happen. And when an apparent prophet like Nostradamus has accurately forecast the rise of Hitler and the Nazis and the assassination of JFK, I think that thinking men and women are going to look to see what he says for July of 1999.
In the year 1999 and 7 months, from the sky will come the great king of terror. He will bring to life the great king of the Mongols. Before and after, war reigns supreme.
All his prophecies are now about to culminate in the grand prophecy of this year. He was anticipating a grand conflict. A very bloody sacrifice would take place on the fields of Europe, and that date was given as July of this year. All his prophecies, I feel, add up to this date being the very climax of history.
Some people come to Speaker's Corner to laugh at those who preach about the end of the world and the Day of Judgment. As a Church of England minister, I can't do that. The Old Testament prophets thought they foresaw the future, including the destruction of Jerusalem. This happened. The last book of the New Testament, Revelation, tells how the end time will begin with the coming of the Antichrist.
To quote Nostradamus, the rivers will run red with blood. What you're saying doesn't make any sense.
There have been many other prophets since biblical times that have foretold the end of the world, but what makes Nostradamus different is his apparent extraordinary track record for getting things right. With the world in the state that it is, there's no wonder that people are taking his end-of-the-world predictions so seriously.
Your life, people! You're gonna die, and nothing's gonna benefit you. You're gonna stand before your Creator face to face.
To defy God, to defy God's law, we got to stand the consequence someday. Someday.
I'm starting my journey to find the real Nostradamus by travelling to the south of France, to the town in Provence where Nostradamus wrote his prophecies. The more I think about the man, the more intrigued I become. Other great prophets through history seem to have made only general predictions about the people and the times they were living in. Nostradamus is the only one to make predictions that stretch across centuries and which seem to foretell events with such precision.
Beasts wild with hunger will cross the rivers. The greater part of the battlefield will be against Hitler. He will drag the leader in a cage of iron when the child of Germany observes no law. Wicked and vile, a man of ill repute, the tyrant of Iraq comes in apace. With Babylon's great whore all plead their suit. Horrid the land shall be and black its face.
It's difficult to believe that someone almost 5 centuries ago could predict major historical figures and significant events in world history, but his words do seem to fit in so many ways. I need to get to grips with the man and get a sense of the place and the time that he was living in.
People at the time were convinced they were living at the end of the world. Not only were they entering the Little Ice Age, weather was awful, people were dying of starvation and plague and poverty and war, enormous wars going on. The Protestants were fighting the Catholics. There were thousands of German horsemen being invited in who were ravaging the east of France. So you had the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, basically. And as far as the Catholics were concerned, you had Calvin sitting there in Geneva. He was the Antichrist. So here was the end of the world. Naturally, they wanted to know what's going to happen next. In those sort of circumstances, people do turn to prophecy. It's happening now in Japan. Almost anything gets believed when things are threatening.
Death cult members and end-of-the-world believers have made pilgrimages here. I've read that many of the local people are decidedly edgy about Nostradamus and his association with the end of the world. As the month of his most famous prediction approaches, I wonder if the townsfolk are even more nervous of who or what will come their way. This is a very nice hotel. I'm glad I've come to stay with you.
Oh, thanks. You are here for business, for pleasure?
I'm here for business. The legend of Nostradamus seems to grow year on year as new predictions appear to come true. New translations and commentaries are coming out all the time, and this has led to so many myths and fallacies developing around the man. It's not easy to know who he really was and what he truly wrote. It looks like Nostradamus has put the town on the map. There's tourists here from all over the world drawn to the fact that the great prophet lived and wrote here. Ceylon is obviously doing quite nicely out of its most famous son, death cults being the only downside.
Welcome to the House of Nostradamus. You're in the building which was the home from 1547 until his death in 1566 of Nostradamus, the star-loving doctor, as he liked to call himself.
Michel de Nostradamus was basically a doctor. His early training was as a doctor. In fact, he acted as an apothecary before that, a chemist, if you like. He trained as a doctor at Montpellier and specialised in the plague, which was quite a brave thing to do. It suggests he was somebody who had the courage to go into the dark things and then out the other side, so to speak. He was pushed to consider the more troubling side of his nature by the events that happened to him at Agen, which was where he first set up as a doctor and where his wife, Henriette d'Ancos, and their 2 children died of the plague. So there are quite a lot of circumstances which may have led him to a sort of crisis at about that time. And he then goes off wandering, disappears. We don't know where he went. He said he wanders through various countries and lands. And eventually he went into semi-retirement in his 40s. He settled down at Salon de Provence and started trying to write the history of, or the future history of the world.
What was it that drove Nostradamus into the wilderness? What crisis did he go through? He lived in a great Renaissance period where there was an explosion of new learning, which I think possibly led him to believe that he could conquer the ills of the time. But he couldn't. The plague continued to claim the lives of thousands, and then he lost his wife and 2 children to the disease. The impact must have been devastating. I can understand why he might have questioned his faith in traditional science and religion and started to look for answers elsewhere, in astrology and the occult. As Nostradamus moved into the darker areas of learning, he was viewed by the people of Ceylon with fear and suspicion. It was a time when the Inquisition was still in force, and there was a real possibility of being burnt at the stake. But Nostradamus came under the protection of the Queen of France, Catherine de' Medici, who was fascinated with the occult. The Queen's husband, King Henry II, was then tragically killed in a jousting accident. Nostradamus was thought to have predicted his terrible death with frightening accuracy.
The younger lion shall surmount the old, on martial field in duel man to man. Twice challenged, thrice, eyes pierced in cage of gold, death shall come hard as only dying can.
So his fame was sealed and his future secure. He devoted the rest of his days to prophecy. It was towards the end of his life, in his final book of predictions, that he wrote verse 72, The King of Terror. In this quatrain, Nostradamus revealed what would happen in the 7th month of 1999, this month.
Lloyd's TSB has come together. How can we help you live your life?
What can we do to make it happen? To make it happen. What can we do to make it right? To make it right. What can we do to make you feel good? To make you feel good. How can we help you live your life? How can we help you live your life?
We're here to help make things happen for you. Lloyds TSB. Your life, your bank.
I'm going to eat a whole Victoria sponge all to myself.
Oh, very clever.
Exceedingly.
One extra mini classic forever with my compliments.
Tobacco odours can be a nightmare to get rid of, but there's a new small miracle from Haze, the 2-in-1 active air freshener. Its special formula continuously tackles tobacco odours, replacing them with a delicate fragrance. Haze 2-in-1 active air freshener, available in anti-tobacco and potpourri.
Haze, fragrances that change your world.
Hi, Billy.
Mummy!
Look, I can't talk long as I'm on the mobile. Hi, Billy.
Mummy!
I think it's time for your bedtime story, don't you?
One rate from BT Cellnet is the only flat rate tariff in Europe. The cost of your calls doesn't change from country to country, so you always know what you're paying. You never know, it might change your life. One rate from BT Cellnet. Good call.
We need water to live. Our bodies use the equivalent of 8 glasses a day. 8 glasses of water. Why not try adding some Robinson's High Juice to a glass? It's made with 50% fruit juice and makes water taste really nice.
This is the new Vauxhall Zafira. Thanks to Flex 7 technology, it has 39 different seat combinations. Number 1, 7 seats. Combinations number 2 and 3. Number 14. 23. 38. Oh, is that the same as 11? No, I've done that one. There's one more in here somewhere. Kimber, where are you?
Vauxhall, raising the standard.
What can we do to make you feel good? How can we help you live your life?
Nostradamus isn't the first person to have predicted doomsday, but his end-of-the-world prophecy is frightening because it gives a specific date, a date that is almost upon us. Some of his prophecies describe specific events like the death of Henry II, while others detail major shifts in political power.
And it shall be in the month of October that some great upheaval shall occur. There shall be extreme changes and transformations of kingdoms, and it shall remain so for no more than 73 years and 7 months.
Nostradamus describes how there'll be a huge transfer of power in October, which shall last for 73 years and 7 months. Now that sounds suspiciously like the Russian Revolution, and in fact 73 years and 7 months was precisely what it lasted, collapsing in the summer of 1991. And he says, and then people who had moved to the left thinking to free themselves will move to the right. Well, that seems to fit. And he says at the same time there will be somebody from the 50th degree of latitude who will renew the entire Catholic Church. And of course John Paul II, who had quite a role in this whole thing, came from Krakow, which is on the 50th degree of latitude. So I find that pretty impressive. He was normally very precise on his latitudes, and he seems to have hit the bullseye on that occasion.
So how did he do it? We know he based much of his work on astrology, the belief that the positions of the stars have a major effect on human life. In the 16th century this was common belief, and was not incompatible with either Christian theology or current scientific thinking.
Astrology was part of daily life in Nostradamus's time. People used the language of it. They talked about people being jovial. That's Jupiter. They talked about them being mercurial. That's the planet Mercury. They saw people in astrological terms. An educated person would seek an astrologer's advice before making a business decision. A general would before planning a campaign. And certainly in medical treatment, a doctor would look at an astrological chart before prescribing anything.
In Nostradamus' time, various things we have to remember. First of all, it was before the age of telescopes. Therefore, we depended entirely upon the naked eye, and about the physical nature of the planets we knew nothing at all. Secondly, also important to remember, in those days, astrology was still regarded as a proper science and equal to astronomy. And I think it's fair to say that all the main astronomers of the day were also astrologers. And certainly that does apply to Nostradamus. Remember, was trained in astronomy. He was an astronomer and also an astrologer, and there was no real distinction between the two.
The idea at the time was that history repeats itself, and if you want to know about the future, you have to find out from the past. All the answers lay in the past at the time of the Renaissance. They hadn't invented the idea of progress. But about that time, people were bringing out astronomical tables, forecasting in which signs the planets would be for centuries ahead. So he had the information, and I think the possibility dawned on him that it might be possible to foretell the future using it. I think probably where it started was with the great lineup of planets of 1524. Everybody expected the world to be flooded. Various people were building arks, quitting the cities, and so on. And I think probably Nostradamus had the wit to look back at the last time all the planets lined up and realize that nothing happened, and probably, being a young and brash young man, probably told everybody, oh, nothing's going to happen, and nothing did. And that may have given him the idea that you could look back to the last time the planets were in certain positions, whether it's a line-up or whether it's higgledy-piggledy, and then work out when they were going to be in those positions again, and from it foretell what was going to happen. You can test that on a computer. You look at, for example, where the planets were at the time of Julius Caesar, Julius Caesar's assassination. You can project that into the future and see when it's going to happen again, and as it happens again on the 23rd of November 1963 at the latitude of Dallas, which could be just a shot in the dark, but if it's more than a shot in the dark, it's a bit worrying. Somebody has some explaining to do. The ancient work shall its fulfilment meet, from roof shall ruin on the great one fall, an innocent charged of the deadly deed, in woods the culprit hid by misty pall. Does it fit Kennedy? Was it from the roof? An innocent charged of the deadly deed? Well, that remains to be seen. Was the culprit hid by mist, or rather by drizzle, in woods? There had been a rain shower before, and there was the grassy knoll, but again, it remains to be seen.
Nostradamus seems to have latched on to the current thinking about astrology and the cyclical nature of history to give the dates and latitude of when and where major world events would take place. But if this was such a simple scientific method, then why weren't other great astrologers doing the same? I can imagine how astrology might be able to tell you that a similar event, like an assassination, may happen again, but I don't see how it could tell you the exact details.
I think too much has been made of the astrological content of Nostradamus' prophecies, because I think we can find similarities to what Nostradamus did in people working now. And I think the similarities lie really in people who undertake automatic writing, people who believe they're psychic, people who believe they're inspired by God. Because although there's a lot of material about astrology, essentially he was also talking about divine inspiration.
But the perfect appreciation of things cannot be acquired without that divine inspiration. Given that all prophetic inspiration takes its prime moving principle, first from God the Creator, then from fortune and instinct, it is in this way that the prophecy is partially arrived at.
Every evening, Nostradamus is known to have retired to a secret room in his house where he performed ancient rituals, putting himself into a trance-like state to free his mind from the burdens of the day. The exact technique which he used to get into a state of trance is uncertain, but it is thought that he adopted a method known as scrying, in which he would stare through a candle flame into a bowl of water for hour after hour until visions appeared. Some modern clairvoyants now use mirrors.
We'll see what there is in the mirror to be seen. When the mists clear off of it, there's usually some kind of picture that I can see. You might not necessarily see it yourself, but I can assure you I'll be able to see it. What I'm seeing isn't a very pleasant picture, actually. This is a hospital. People are being taken out of the hospital, not into it. It must have been hit with a bomb. And unfortunately there's a lot of young children. Let's take that picture away. I should say today's the 18th of May in case this comes up in the future. It's the morning of the 18th of May. Oh, that's a better picture.
Two days later, a NATO bomb hit a hospital in Belgrade. As with all prophecy, it's difficult to know if this was coincidence or true foresight.
Nostradamus used a lot of methods, actually. His prime method of prognostication was scrying. But I would think he had a good working knowledge of black magic. He was an astrologer. So in order to learn black magic, you have to learn white magic first. You go through all the different forms of ritual, all the festivals, all the different ways of using herbs. All of this comes under white magic. And having become what they call an adept at white magic, you can then move on and learn black magic, which involves putting certain protections in place in order that whatever it is you're doing doesn't rebound back onto you.
The more Nostradamus delved into the dark side, the more he was putting himself at odds with the church. The papacy maintained that it was the unique interpreter of God's will. Someone who believed that they had a direct line to the divine was clearly a threat, or in league with the devil.
Occult is one of those buzzwords that causes a lot of fear in people not in the know. They imagine all kinds of cavalcades of perversion. Cult really means hidden. It's nothing you should be afraid of. I myself and my colleagues have nothing to do with devil worship. The devil is a Christian icon and I'm not a Christian. I look at a cult as more of a kind of strange science, if you will, a fringe science. Nostradamus, because he was an occultist, is also looked on with dread.
Most of the time he was on his own at night, through the night, looking singularly at, water or the crystal, into a bright light that would reveal what mankind would get up to over the centuries. You have to be careful. You have to trust implicitly your guides and the angels from God. And if you trust them, they won't let you down, so they can't lead you into any danger or falseness. I've worked with my guides for 25 years plus, and before that they were talking to me all the time. So it's a way of life, and
if you do it with the right state of mind, you've got nothing to fear.
I'm beginning to wonder how far Nostradamus became lost in the world of the occult, and just how much he was in control of what he wrote. What drove him to keep writing down his visions? Was he on the edge of madness? Was he afraid that the Inquisition was going to batter down his door at any moment? Maybe this could explain why there are so many obscurities in his work. And because of this sort of obscurity, it's possible to interpret the quatrains to mean whatever you want them to. This has laid Nostradamus open to exploitation by those intent on using his reputation as a great prophet for their own ends.
Eigenen Frostheit, eigenen Trotz, eigene Beharrlichkeit, dann werden wir wieder emporsteigen, genau wie die Väter einst auch Deutschland nicht geschenkt erhielten, sondern selbst den Schatz.
Nostradamus has been used throughout history to justify, especially politicians' aims. Hitler was into it to an extent, although that started with Frau Goebbels, who noticed various similarities in the prophecies to German history. The Germans certainly dropped leaflets over France that Nostradamus had predicted the victory of Germany. The British certainly leafleted occupied Europe with fake prophecies from Nostradamus saying the Germans would be destroyed. And the Americans, of course, no less than MGM, actually put out a film alleging the victory of the Allies and so on. Once again, they falsified the verses they used. It's a standard practice.
Peter Le Mesurier is one of the few people who have gone back to the original first edition of Nostradamus's prophecies. He believes he has found the truth behind one of Nostradamus's most infamous predictions.
Verse 2:24. What immediately attracts the commentators is the word Hister in line 2, which so often is supposed to mean Hitler. And yet you can see that the whole verse is about Fluve in the first line, meaning rivers. And it mentions Hister, which was the old word for the Danube. It mentions Rhin, which was the old word for the Rhine. So whatever it's not about Hitler, it is about rivers. And a suitable translation would be, beasts wild with hunger shall the rivers ford, the greater battle near the Danube swell. In iron cage he'll have them drag the Lord, when German child the Rhine shall see as well. Now it's not very specific about Hitler, if indeed it's Hitler at all.
My time in France ends here in the church of Saint Laurent, where Nostradamus was finally laid to rest. Now that I've had time to contemplate the man, I wonder if he himself would have believed that over 400 years later, one of his prophecies would still be influencing so many.
Requiescat in pace, in nomine Patri, et Filiis, et Spiritus Sanctus, Nostradamus. Amen.
In his epitaph, his wife asks us not to begrudge him his rest. His bones may rest, but I don't think that his name ever will.
Buy one pair of Boots brand spectacles with scratch-resistant lenses, then choose another pair absolutely free. What a choice from Boots Opticians.
NTL, technology tamed.
Right, Puppet Patrol, pay attention. Lots more soft tissue has been added to every sheet of Andrex for a new bouncy softness. And to demonstrate, we've got a volunteer. Well done, lad. Hey, Hup, they all want to try it. Get your paws on new bouncy soft Andrex.
The ATS Euromaster permanent price check means our prices are always amongst the lowest around. But right now, we've reduced hundreds of thousands of tyres by even more. Plus up to 25% off exhausts. And we could even give your car a free brake check. So for low prices and high standards, call 0800 60 10 60 now for your nearest ATS Euromaster centre.
St. Ivel's shape. Heaven.
I believe in miracles.
Linda? What's your wildest fantasy?
Angus Deaton, covered in scrummy St. Ivel shape apple strudel yogurt and no spoon. Why?
I'm just curious. Do you fancy...
Shape?
And now you can be even wilder with our thick and creamy fromage frais.
Hey, how you doing, Alex?
Not too bad.
I'll have a Guinness. Guinness, extra cold.
New Guinness extra cold. Chilled to exactly 4 degrees. It's Guinness. Just that little bit cooler.
You have 30 seconds to answer the following questions. How many numbers between 0 and 60 begin or end with 3? How many triangles are there? Which is the odd one out in this list? 16-valve performance, ABS, alloy wheels, air conditioning, indoor swimming pool, electric sunroof, CD player, £15,590. Test drive your IQ now. The Renault Laguna.
Shoko Ashihara is the leader of the cult Aum Shinrikyo. He ordered the fatal 1995 sarin gas attack in the Tokyo subway. 12 people died and 5,500 were injured. Ashihara believed that Nostradamus had foreseen him as a great cult leader. Ashihara went to France in 1989 on a kind of pilgrimage to see the original Nostradamus texts for himself.
Et donc lorsque je l'ai rencontré à Lyon, il venait d'abord se documenter et puis en même temps poser des questions pour savoir si Nostradamus l'avait prédit dans ses prophéties. J'ai eu un mal fou à expliquer que Nostradamus avait une connaissance du monde au XVIe siècle, en tout cas en 1555, plutôt plus que limitée, d'une part, et que deuxièmement, l'idée que j'ai du fonctionnement et de l'interprétation éventuelle des prophéties n'est pas du tout celle que Shoko Asahara voulait entendre. Et disons que pour faire simple et court, on s'est plutôt quitté plus ou moins fâché parce que il avait été déçu que je ne lui dise pas que Nostradamus avait prévu l'arrivée de Shoko Asahara et éventuellement que Shoko Asahara soit à l'origine de la fin du monde.
The European and Japanese media descended upon Michel Chamarot to question him about his meeting with Ashihara.
Lorsque j'ai appris l'attentat du métro de Tokyo en avril 1995, je me suis senti quand même un peu responsable. Et je me suis senti aussi responsable de la réflexion que je peux avoir sur Nostradamus. Je me suis dit que bon, Nostradamus, c'est finalement un sujet très difficile, qui ne peut pas être mis entre toutes les mains. La preuve, c'est qu'on peut le détourner à des fins criminelles.
Nostradamus has always attracted people living in times of great uncertainty, and at the moment Japan is suffering a period of major economic and social instability. Many Japanese are obsessed with a second end-of-the-world quatrain attributed to Nostradamus, which they believe says the end will come on July 4th, 1999.
People are always worried by uncertainty, so you get the current idiocies going on in Japan to the effect that verse 158 is predicting World War III on July the 4th, and so on and so forth. My translation of that verse reads, "The belly sliced, it shall be born two-headed, and with 4 arms. 4 whole years it shall live. When Aquileia's festival is readied, Turin, Forsana, follow Ferrara's chief." And you can see perfectly well that if you do a proper translation, there's nothing about war in it. The belly sliced is a Caesarean birth. This two-headed 4-armed thing is obviously Siamese twins. And it's Aquileia's festival. It's a town in Italy. It's not Aquila, which means the eagle. And it doesn't therefore mean that it's about the United States, because the United States has the eagle as its emblem, because of course dozens of other places do. So it doesn't apply to July the 4th. It's a typical example of somebody who doesn't know, probably doesn't know French at all, but certainly doesn't know 16th century French, feeding a wrong idea into the verse, this corresponding with everybody's favourite fears, and the whole thing getting blown out of proportion, until you get a whole nation like Japan going crazy about the idea.
Many Europeans are also consulting the words of Nostradamus. The Balkan conflict had the potential to bring China and Russia into global conflict. People were afraid that it would start World War III and Armageddon.
Everyone becomes very worried reading Nostradamus prophecies and knowing that not only there is a conflict in Kosovo, including all major powers in the world, but also conflict in Kashmir in the last couple of days, which includes 2 nuclear powers, India and Pakistan as well. We have Nostradamus prophecies reprinted now in Serbia. They are sold in bookshops, and most of people are now more and more worried about Nostradamus prophecies regarding July of 1999 as the beginning of great world crisis.
Here's one comment that will change your life, my friends. It's this.
There are people in England trying to warn us of the message of Nostradamus and the coming of the King of Terror.
In 1999 and 7 months, there shall come from the sky a great King of Terror to bring back to life the King of the Mongols, and Mars shall reign.
I can't help feeling anxious and worried about the effect which so many of these ill-researched end-of-the-world prophecies, this constant harping on the arrival of the Antichrist and all sorts of massive disasters, are having on sensitive and vulnerable listeners. If the words of Nostradamus, or for that matter of the Bible or any other prophecy, are misunderstood, it can lead to tragedy, it can change people's lives for the worse. Since Nostradamus wrote his end-of-the-world prediction, 11 days have been added to the current calendar year, which some people have taken to mean that the end is coming on the 11th of August, the day of the solar eclipse.
So I worked in the civil service for 35 years at the Department of Education. I retired, got early bath in 94, and since then I've been thinking a lot about things that are more important than the trivial round the common task. I've studied various good books, the Bible of course, the Quran, Nostradamus, and I'm convinced beyond any doubt that we're moving towards the end of time, the appointed moment of judgment, and in the twinkle of an eye, all of us will be in one place or the other 1 second later. Just like that. And 1 moment later, Everyone, from Adam to the children unborn even at this moment, will 1 second later be in one place or the other. Come the 10th of August, the day before the 11th, I shall finally leave this flat for the very last time, and it will go up in smoke like the rest of the planet the next day. I shall go back to where I belong in Sussex, lock the door behind me, although I don't need to. The good Lord will protect the flat. I shall get the minibus to the station, the tube or the bus to Victoria, the train from Victoria to Lewes, up to the hotel in Lewes, where I shall check in overnight and, virtually spend my last day where I started my first day 56 plus years ago. Await the appointed moment when our Maker will finally intervene and call his chosen in. Enjoy the games, boys, but some of them are never going to end.
For a lot of people, an end or certain end has an appeal. Traditionally, the end of the world has offered comfort as well as fear. It's offered release. It offers the resurrection of the dead and reuniting with loved ones. I think this still underpins why people want to believe in end of the world prophecy.
If you look at the way people function now, it's largely in the absence of religion. It's in the absence of simple belief. People don't trust their priests and their vicars very much anymore. But you can pick up a book that says things that are in a way comforting, or at least certain, then maybe that's a fair substitute. And I do think that's a substantial part of the appeal of this. It's consequently you're suspending reason to an extent again. You don't have to look very far. You just look at the words, you just look at what's said there, and you accept that for what it is, which is for a long time the way that many people have accepted religion. If you think much further and look much deeper, then obviously you get different answers.
I'm afraid it is irresponsible for authors to feed ideas into Nostradamus and then put it out that that is what Nostradamus says. I mean, it's dangerous. It's feeding ideas into people's minds. Prophecies can be self-fulfilling. This is the danger. You really need to get back to the original edition, which most people don't, and then you need some fairly level-headed commentaries on it. Otherwise the whole thing gathers its own momentum.
If you look at the internet, if you look at the huge number of sites that mention Nostradamus, that include material, it looks like people believe in what he said. You actually start analysing it and you realise you've got as many different views and as many different interpretations as there are sites that deal with him. And similarly, if you pick up an array of books, we've got books here, these people, if you put them all in the same room, the author of these books, they wouldn't hardly agree on anything. They could slog it out from dusk till dawn.
The King of Terror could refer to a nuclear bomb going off in the sky. That is a very strong possibility.
A King of Terror, Slobodan Milosevic, wants to impose himself.
Just recently, scientists have found out about a grand belt of asteroids that are now circling the Earth.
I have to explain. The chief of terror is China.
We see also the possibility of a rogue satellite such as Cassini crashing to Earth.
Nostradamus predicted that a great king of terror would appear. He was really speaking about the Antichrist.
What you end up doing over a period of time, or over a number of different writers and interpreters, is interpreting the same quatrain, the same same little prophecy, as meaning 4 or 5 different things, depending when it was made and when it was interpreted. So really, there is no absolute test. There's only the test of looking back, comparing the prophecies, and finding out really that they're all about how people have interpreted them, and really not about how Nostradamus intended them at all.
I have to explain. The chief of Tyrol
referred to a nuclear bomb going off in the sky. That's a very strong possibility.
Predicted that a great king of terror would appear.
A comet appearing in the sky.
Slobodan Milosevic.
For once,
rogue satellite such as Cassini.
I've come across so many different interpretations of Nostradamus. I have to go back to the original 16th century French words, to Wales, where Peter Le Mesurier may have the definitive interpretation of the King of Terror.
L'an 1999, 7 mois, du ciel viendra un grand roi défrayeur, ressusciter le grand roi d'Angolmois, avant-après, Mars régné par bonheur. Right, Lionel, this is the famous verse, this is the nitty-gritty. It's 1072. It says when in the first line, the year 1999 and 7 months, July on his calendar, mid-July to mid-August on ours, funnily enough, including the 11th of August solar eclipse. Du ciel viendra un grand roi défrayeur. Now here it is, the great king défrayeur. Now the big thing is this grand roi défrayeur, because although this is the original 1568 edition, it wasn't very long before an apostrophe was being put in there. That's where it wouldn't be. So that it meant un grand roi défrayeur, a great king of terror. And that is the one that has persisted ever since, and now people are expecting a great king of terror, and people are building bomb-proof shelters and worrying about this comet that's going to hit us. In fact, it doesn't say a great king of terror at all.
So it's just that one apostrophe, Peter?
Just that one apostrophe.
That's changed him from a defrayer, from a payer of expenses,
right,
to a figure of terror.
That's it. It's ludicrous, but then, of course, you know, just a slight change can change God into dog.
I really look forward to, particularly after July, or maybe the end of August, to be on the safe side with the changing calendars, when we can be sure that no great king of terror has come from the sky. And I'll be even happier come the first day of 2000, when absolutely nothing has happened and we can all get on with our lives.
As far as the end of the world is concerned, there are various ideas as to when it might happen, but none of them actually based on Nostradamus, because he never mentioned the idea. But you could say 3797, since that's when his prophecies run out, and he says his prophecies are the history of the world, but there's nothing specific in that. Can we all sleep easy tonight, knowing that tomorrow is July the 4th? As far as Nostradamus is concerned, yes, of course you can. But, of course, there is no telling what is going to happen to any of us. And it's on that sort of imponderability that the whole attraction of Nostradamus depends.
So just one rogue apostrophe has fooled so many people for so long. Having now separated the truth from the myth, I still can't dismiss Nostradamus simply as a charlatan. I think that he was definitely a visionary. His communist-era prophecy, for example, is so accurate that it can't be dismissed as pure coincidence. Apostrophe or not, some people are still convinced that the end is coming.
I'm coming back here to Lewes because I want to finish my days and be judged accordingly, as near as I can to when I entered the world at 5:20 on the 16th of September 1942 AD. Another Wednesday, but I'm not a Wednesday's child, and I'm certainly not full of woe. Quite the opposite. There have been prophets down the ages, ignored. Some have been persecuted, at least I'm spared that, but People have been them. Some in the Old Testament. Daniel, John the Baptist. Nostradamus is a prophet. I'm a prophet. I've been called by God to prepare for the end of time. All I've done is add the time to the true prophets before me. God bless you.
In a few minutes at www.channel4.com. Coming up, a vision of the future where humans are extinct and the cockroach is king. A tale of collisions and consequences. 3 minutes to impact is next. A young girl let loose in Italy.
If Miss Honeychurch ever takes to live as she plays, it will be very exciting.
Her life would never be the same again.
You cannot realize what men can be.
This tremendous thing has happened between us.
With Helena Bonham Carter, Maggie Smith, Daniel Day-Lewis, and Julian Sands. A Room with a View, next Saturday at 9 on 4.
Lloyd's TSB has come together. How can we help you live your life?
What can we do to make it happen? What can we do to make it right? What can we do to make you feel good? How can we help you live your life?
We're here to help make things happen for you. Lloyd's TSB. Your life, your bank.
Gran, those honey nut shredded wheats look delicious.
Oh, but they're not, Jack.
Why do you eat them then?
Because I've been very, very naughty, and I must be punished.
Golden honey and toasted nuts on light, crunchy, shredded wheat bites make Honey Nut shredded wheat so moreish.
There's no left. What did you do, rob a bank?
Honey Nut shredded wheat. Too moreish to share.
Yeah, I've just had it resprayed. Raging Bull Red with super sheen metallic finish. Nice, isn't it? The dysentery beige wasn't exactly a babe magnet. Anyway, I had to save a few bob to get it done, so I sort of forgot to pay my TV licence. And I got caught and fined. Still, the lasses don't notice in the dark. Or if I stand here, like this.
What can we do to make it happen? How can we help you live your life?
50 years ago, royalty were revered. Today, they're picking up the pieces. Is this the most misunderstood man in the British monarchy? Channel 4 reveals the real Prince Philip, Monday at 9.
This programme is about modern art jokes, a stream of black, off humour that runs through the art of the 20th century that drives people nuts, from Duchamp to now.
This is Modern Art, Sunday night at 9 on 4.
We're pretending that the world is going to end tomorrow. Some say that's what Nostradamus predicted. Spend your last few hours watching Channel 4's Feast of Fantasy. It's Nostradamus night. Next, we're looking to the stars in a story of comets and catastrophic collisions. Join the race to save the planet. 3 Minutes to Impact is at 9:30. An hour later, meet the cults and religious groups waiting for D-Day and putting their faith in the final reckoning. Welcome to Armageddon at 10:30.
God has put the signs in the heavens that something is about to happen on the earth.
Then at 11:35, it begins with Armageddon and ends at 0 hour, the A to Z of the end of the world.
All that Whore of Babylon, Antichrist, Omen, Armageddon stuff.
Just after midnight, get to know the man who forecast tonight's climax of history, a film premiere, Nostradamus the movie. An hour of mystic messages is on the menu at 2 in Prophecies, followed by a twisted vision of America at the end of the millennium. The entire history of the Louisiana Purchase is at 3:20. It's the end of the world on Channel 4. But don't believe everything you see on the television.
You give us 30 seconds, we'll give you the end of the world.
I'm Phil Gale. This is Nostradamus News. It's been reported tonight that the probe Cassini, sent out by NASA to investigate Saturn, has seemingly reprogrammed itself and is heading back to Earth. This is Nostradamus News. We'll keep you up to date throughout the night.
A space rock 6 miles wide targets the ocean off New York City.
Right, I can see it.
It closes at 90 times the speed of sound. It buzzes Washington. New York City is vaporized. A crater stretches from Newark, New Jersey to New Haven, Connecticut, over 100 miles wide. As the shockwave blasts outwards, the rest of America, the rest of the world, stares doomsday in the face. Such a catastrophe has happened before, and it'll happen again. The last one destroyed the dinosaurs. The next one, unless we protect our planet, will annihilate us.
Everything we can see here would just disappear, along with some miles of depths of rock underneath. Lumps of rock the size of these skyscrapers would start raining down upon Washington 30 or 40 seconds later. Chicago would get similar-sized rocks 2 or 3 minutes after that. Los Angeles and San Francisco another 5 minutes later. It truly would be calamitous for the whole of North America, indeed the whole of the world.
What the shockwave doesn't get, the Holocaust does. Material blasted into space rains back as meteors, igniting fires. Smoke, toxic fumes, and the flicker of falling fireballs. Our population centers burn. Every city, every village consumed. Worse still, our food is gone. Every blade of grass, every bushel of corn devoured. Within hours of the impact, the entire globe is ablaze.
There would be no hiding place from a cataclysm such as this. However, the after effects of such an impact would last for thousands of years, so we're certainly not looking at civilization regrowing itself in a matter of months or years or even decades. We're looking at very long-term effects here.
In the short term, it's cosmic winter. Debris from the impact and soot from the fires shroud the planet. It's as dark as night.
There would be enclaves, certainly, of people in protected environments who would survive the blast and the 6 months of darkness and the wildfires. But what would they come out to after this? A devastated world, a devastated planet.
"65 million years ago, there were just 3 minutes to impact as a projectile 6 miles across closed with the Caribbean at 60,000 miles an hour. The smack equaled 75 million megatons of TNT. Without sunlight or food, the dinosaurs that survived the blast perished in the cosmic winter that ensued. When the skies finally cleared, the great reptiles had gone, along with 67% of all species on Earth. Our New York impactor is a replica of the projectile that dispatched the dinosaurs. The aftermath is the same. Around the world, thousands of volcanoes would burst from fault lines, further fueling the cosmic winter.
It would be so dark, you wouldn't be able to see your hand in front of your face. So that means no photosynthesis, no plant activity, no food. It means cold climate because you lose the sunlight. It means really severe climate conditions. I mean, what more do you need to have an ecological disaster that would kill off most of the species on the planet?
As cosmic winter yields to barren spring, there are winners and losers.
What wouldn't survive? Large animals, animals that need a lot of fresh food, that are in the open, exposed, animals with small breeding populations. We'd certainly lose all the large mammal fauna of the world.
And we lose the human race. Those of us who survive the impact expire in the cold and famine that follow. Like the dinosaurs, we give way to a more humble form of life.
It's like the meek inheriting the earth. The small organisms, the hardy organisms, the one that produce a lot of offspring, very prolific, like insects, like cockroaches.
"65 million years ago, creatures like this gave rise to the mammals and humankind, thanks to an impact.
This is the most exciting thing happening in the geological sciences. It's really a revolution in our way of looking at the Earth. Because impacts, for a long time, in fact, even today, are being ignored or played down as their possible role in Earth history. And what we're seeing is, from the astronomy, from the geology, that impacts have been very important in Earth history and the history of life, and they will continue to be in the future.
With this new idea, called punctuated evolution, scientists are seeing the world in a new light, beautifully serene, but awaiting always a catastrophe from space.
The Earth is a tranquil place, but it's very sensitively balanced, as we have come to realize. It doesn't take much to get the environment out of kilter. So even a relatively small impact, something that would be far too small to affect the orbit or the axis of the rotation of the Earth, can really mess up the environment and lead to mass extinctions.
A new version of Earth history is emerging, one that sees occasional catastrophe as essential to development. A bolt from the blue brings millions of years of gradual evolution to a halt. The old order exits, a new one enters, the process that gave human life its chance. But equally, it can snuff us out. After an impact, imagine the Galapagos Islands, where Charles Darwin was inspired to propose his theory of evolution. These islands would be virgin land awaiting the replacement of humankind, the reordering of life.
This scientific insight is comparable in importance with the insight of Darwin, who, quite correctly, emphasized the possibility, the probability, the existence of the slow evolution. We now, I think, clearly understand that there are periods of slow evolution separated by occasional violent effects. To get the relation between the two will change our whole outlook on the history of all living beings on the Earth.
But as we await the big one, smaller missiles continually tease our planet. They threaten millions of us.
The last time it happened was 5 months after I was born.
June the 30th, 1908. Ground Zero. When expeditions reached this place, it was a scene from the apocalypse. 800 square miles of forest flattened by a missile that exploded 5 miles up in the atmosphere. The blast was at Tunguska, Siberia. It was equal to 1,000 Hiroshima bombs. As far as we know, no one was killed, so remote is the region.
If the same thing had happened over New York City, it would have been the major disaster.
The cosmic fragment that caused the air blast was just 200 feet wide. Far up the Amazon, where Brazil meets Colombia and Peru, an old fisherman leads researchers to the spot where he watched a fireball plunge to Earth in 1930. Raimundo Clemente da Silva is 87 now, the only known surviving eyewitness. He recalls explosions and fire. The river trembled. A missionary informed the Vatican of hundreds of terrifying accounts from traumatized people. Ash rained for half a day. Raimundo was making for this very beach to seek turtle eggs. His recollection is uncontaminated by written reports, for Raimundo cannot read. He tells how the sky brightened and a fireball like a brilliant blue planet streaked earthwards. A thunderclap followed. The missile came in at an angle that took it beneath the moon. Undoubtedly, something extraterrestrial hit the rainforest that day. Not far from the old man's beach, a Brazilian astronomer believes he's identified a crater-like structure. And these traces from a seismic station in Bolivia show a mysterious disturbance coinciding with the date of the sightings, August the 13th, 1930. November the 21st, 1995. In the small hours of the morning, there was a blast over Peterson Air Force Base, Colorado. Doors shook, windows rattled at this, the headquarters of the U.S. military space program. Inside, personnel thought they were under attack. Outside, the locals knew it was a rock from space.
It was about this size. While I was lying there, I heard this tremendous boom that shook the windows.
Suddenly, the sky had lit up as though the sun came out. I didn't have a clue as to what it was that I was seeing.
Scary.
I thought I saw a comet.
Remarkably, a security camera captured the explosion.
The energy released at that time was probably like a small Hiroshima.
Roughly once a week, a space rock several yards across hits Earth's upper atmosphere. These are impacts recorded by spy satellites. As the projectiles explode, they look uncannily like nuclear blasts. It worries the military. This impact over the Pacific during the Gulf War could have been mistaken for the introduction of nuclear weapons in the Middle East, had Earth been rotated another 6 hours. But for NASA's David Morrison, the real concern is the big one.
We know of nobody who's been killed by being hit by a comet or asteroid. The events are very rare, but when they happen, as many as 1 billion people could die at one time.
Morrison is Director of Space at the Ames Research Center in California. Earth, he says, has suffered a whole series of gigantic impacts, not just the one that slew the dinosaurs. There'll be another, and he's worked out our chances.
The odds of dying as a result of an impact are about 1 in 1 million per year. That's just about the same as the odds of dying in one round-trip commercial air flight, or the same as the odds of dying in one fairly long automobile trip. The chances of being killed from a smaller impact, that is, from something the size of a house or a building, is about 1 in 100 million, much less than the risk due to a global catastrophe.
What worries Morrison is that we're doing too little to protect ourselves from the one great natural hazard that could obliterate the human race. Yet we have the power to meet the threat from space, to keep the lights of civilization burning. Morrison is determined we use it.
Sir Isaac Newton tells us that the acceleration of a body, blah, 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 is directly proportional to the magnitude of the force, blah, blah, and inversely proportional to its mass. Therefore, the Vauxhall Zafira won't be as agile as a smaller car. Newton. One apple falls on his head, thinks he's Einstein.
Vauxhall, raising the standard.
4! Straight down the middle. It went straight down the middle. Then it started to hook just a wee, wee bit. And that's when my caddy lost sight of it. That little white pellet has never been found to this day. But it went straight down the middle, far away.
At the Home Base sale, there are thousands of great items coming down in price, including up to 15% off all paving, walling and fencing. So get down to the Home Base sale now.
What's the point of having something and not making the most of it? "16 million people have computers, yet only 6 million are on the internet. We're offering all our customers free internet access for life and online banking for our personal customers. Barclays, make the most of us.
Every day, the taste of Lipovitan gives my body the kind of workout that I like.
In Moburn's half-price sale, there's an extra 10% off every range and a free dishwasher. Call 0800 413 413 now.
Good night.
You'll cheat
heart will make you weep. Nice. You'll cry and cry and try to sleep.
No, I couldn't. He's my best mate.
Australians wouldn't give a Castlemaine for anything else.
Tsunami. A space rock 1,000 feet wide hits the ocean, and a wall of water roars towards Australia. It's the nightmare that threatens the entire Pacific Rim.
If a missile like that was to hit the Pacific, it would generate a tsunami, a tidal wave, which would wipe out the whole of Sydney. The bridge, the Opera House, the whole of the populated region, right the way up to the Blue Mountains, 30 miles inland.
The Pacific Rim boasts some of the most expensive property on Earth. In terms of tsunami hazard, it's the worst possible insurance risk. Tokyo, population 30 million, the biggest and busiest metropolis of them all. In a nation so plagued by earthquakes, it's no coincidence that the Japanese give us the word and teach us to fear tsunami. Ishigaki off the south coast of Japan. In 1771, a tsunami sent 17,000 islanders to a watery grave. The Buddha at Kamakura. It sits alone 400 feet above sea level in the hills near Tokyo. Once it sheltered in an ancient temple, until in 1495 a tsunami swept away everything except the great statue. As it lives with earthquakes, Japan takes earthquake-induced tsunamis in its stride. But from high in the Tokyo Tower, Shin Yabushida, professor of applied mathematics at Kyoto University, counts the cost of a tsunami triggered from space. He's troubled. Tokyo goes about its business oblivious. Should even a modest asteroid hit the Pacific, a monumental tsunami would wipe out this economic nerve center.
There is 1% possibility of such an asteroid hitting somewhere in the Pacific next century.
And he knows the price.
I would say that the damage would be $1,000 billion. And this, I think, is a rather modest estimate. As the wave advances, it will destroy these buildings, and perhaps some of the very well-built buildings may stand the waves, but those things which are in the buildings, they will be destroyed.
The systems, the computers, the data that drive the world's corporate giants washed away. The consequences for Japan and the global economy, says Yabushida, are incalculable, quite apart from a tragic loss of life.
We should be worried about an asteroid with a diameter 200 meters, which is, say, 3 times as big as the building you see over there. That kind of an asteroid will hit the Earth once in every 4,000 years or so. Now, the Pacific Ocean occupies about 30% of the surface of the Earth. So it means that such an asteroid would hit somewhere in the Pacific once in every 10,000 years. And I think the government should take this problem very seriously.
This is the 1% chance feared by Yabushida. As a projectile hits the Pacific, a distant ship sees the impact, but quickly most traces are swallowed by the ocean. Sometime later, the vessel rides out the shockwave as it sweeps by at 500 miles an hour. But beneath the surface, That ripple is the tip of a gigantic pressure pulse stretching to the ocean bed. This is the invisible power of an evolving tsunami, fast and silent. When it meets the continental shelf, the pulse is forced upward to create a giant wave of death. Imagine the last plane fleeing Tokyo as the tsunami breaks. The power of tsunamis, wreakers of havoc. This century alone, earthquake-induced tsunamis have claimed 51,000 lives. To seek the asteroids and comets that threaten us, we must leave Earth and the inner planets and travel towards the debris of the solar system. Outwards, past the farthest planets, is the Kuiper Belt, where an icy band of comets lurk. Far beyond is the Oort cloud, where billions of comets form a sphere around the solar system. Normally they lead quiet lives, but just a nudge can send them hurtling towards the planets.
To get a comet to leave the Oort cloud and say goodbye to all its sister comets and start on a new path that'll take it closer to the Earth, you don't need a whole lot. The equivalent of just that.
That nudge is caused by the gravitational push and pull of the Sun and its neighboring stars. Once dislodged from the Oort cloud, comets become wildcards. They swing through the planets on crazy elliptical trajectories that take them round the Sun. We know of about 1,000 comets, but it's the one in the billions we don't know about that could knock us for 6. While comets are like dusty snowballs, asteroids are rocks. They swarm in a belt between Mars and Jupiter. They jostle and bump under the spell of Jupiter's gravity. Some tumble from the belt and menace our planet. Earth-crossers. This one, Toutatis, will pass within 1 million miles of us in 2004, an astronomical near-miss.
Think of yourself on an interstate highway, and there are cross streets. No traffic lights, no stop signs on these cross streets. And nobody's going to stop. The Earth is barreling down the interstate highway. If these Earth-crossing asteroids happen to cross while the Earth is there, they'll hit.
Australia, paradise for those who hunt evidence of rocks that fall from space. Together with David Levy, Eugene and Carolyn Shoemaker have done more to alert us to the threat from asteroids and comets than any other astronomers. For 3 months a year, the Outback is their laboratory. They made their name in 1994 as the fragments of a fractured comet slammed into the giant planet Jupiter. Thanks to the Shoemakers and colleague David Levy, proof positive that rocks rain from the heavens. Before it tore apart, the comet was the size of Ayers Rock. They'd discovered Comet Shoemaker-Levy 9.
Of course, you don't have to go as far as Jupiter to see the effects of comet and asteroid impact. Look at the moon.
Our satellite is pocked with celestial buckshot. through more than 4 billion years, it's been smacked with the debris of the solar system. Each crater testament to an impact. Comets and asteroids as big as mountains. Fragments as small as a bus. A blitz of ice and rock and iron. So why doesn't planet Earth show similar scars? Where are the blemishes? They're there, if you know where to look. The outback is the place. With its sparse vegetation and geological stability, Australia retains more evidence of impacts than anywhere else on Earth. On each research trip, the Shoemakers cover 10,000 miles, sleeping beneath the stars, finding impact sites. They've 24 craters to their name.
I'm standing here on the main crater at Henbury, Australia. It's part of a complex of big craters clustered together. There are actually 9 other craters as part of the strewn field here that was formed by a meteorite coming in from over there, breaking up before it hit the ground. Now, in slow motion, imagine this object coming in and about perhaps 10 miles uprange. The pressure on the meteorite is getting so great that it's being crushed by its own inertia against the shock wave in the atmosphere that it's breaking apart. And the smaller pieces then start to lag behind, but it's still coming in very fast. At the moment that the first fragment hits, the meteorite penetrates into the ground like a bullet, which is then turned inside out as the crater forms. And so the meteorite is sheared along the wall of this ever-growing cavity, and in fact the rocks are melted by friction, and some of the meteorite is melted and mixed with it. And we still find that in pieces of glass, of the molten rock, strewn out mostly downrange. Meantime, the craters were forming bang, 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 right close to each other, and the main crater is actually a double crater, formed by 2 objects hitting fairly close together, and so the 2 craters actually merged.
Shoemaker is a legend. Against the tide, it was he who convinced astronomers that the craters of the moon were formed by impacts and not by volcanic action. And today he reports a new terrestrial finding.
We have good news from our side. It's a very remote site in Western Australia, but by golly, it's an impact structure. It's about 18 kilometers across. Maybe some imaging from space will help to bring this thing out. It was completely missed in the reconnaissance geologic mapping.
The Shoemakers believe they found an ancient crater in the little sandy desert of Western Australia. They've asked a shuttle astronaut to help. He's looking for a 12-mile crater, so eroded and sand-filled that only magnetic equipment and the Shoemakers' field examination suggest it's there at all. The shuttle picture shows a barely discernible structure, but to the expert eye, it's a crater. There's no mistaking this one, Australia's greatest crater, Gosses Bluff, 14 miles wide and 140 million years old. This is Tiny Wolf Creek, one of the youngest and best preserved craters in the outback. It wasn't the first, says Shoemaker, and it won't be the last. The Henbury craters were formed just 3,500 years ago. By contrast, Earth was formed 4.5 billion years earlier. Strip away our atmosphere, our vegetation, our oceans, and all geological movement, and this would be our world. A planet with 20 times more craters than the Moon. But how do we detect these missiles that constantly assail us? Kitt Peak, Arizona. Tom Gerrels prepares for his nightly vigil. As the sun slips away, so begins the patrol of his Spacewatch telescope. Run on a shoestring and using a 70-year-old instrument, Gerrels and his telescope may be all that stand between us and doomsday. Tonight, he's jubilant.
I found not only one fast-moving object, but
He's found 2 new objects close to Earth. But that's his task, to hunt and track the hundreds of projectiles that potentially threaten our planet. Space rocks bigger than 2/3 of a mile.
It is an intolerable uncertainty that right now there are some 1,700 or so larger than 1 kilometer in diameter, and we don't know whether any one of these will be hitting the Earth. That requires the greatest urgency to do what we're doing right now with the systems that we have and the systems that are coming online.
Gerrels only recently appreciated the scale of the nightmare that may be heading our way. The impact of an asteroid just 2/3 of a mile wide would have the destructive power of 1,000,000 Hiroshima bombs.
One Hiroshima destroyed a city. 1,000,000 times the energy used at Hiroshima. That reality, that acceptance of it and understanding the horror of this event, that occurred to me only a few years ago.
On average, Gerrels and his team find 2 Earth-crossing asteroids a month, the tip of a cosmic iceberg. America has 3 other asteroid detection projects, like this one on Maui in Hawaii. France has 1. Together, they're finding about 70 new Earth-crossing asteroids a year, objects that, if they hit us, are big enough to radically upset our climate. But our telescopes need to be finding 500 new Earth-crossers a year. That's the target if we're not to be taken unawares by an impactor. There are simply too few professional detectors. Amateurs remain our unpaid sentinels. Were a new comet heading for Earth, it would most likely be discovered by an amateur.
Amateurs can find comets generally when they're near the sun. If they did discover a comet on a collision course, we wouldn't have very much notice. We would like to have the discovery made a lot earlier. When it's further away, it's fainter, and there the amateur would not be able to do it anyway. So this is where the professionals should really be doing their job.
Los Alamos, New Mexico, birthplace of the atomic bomb. Here, in 1992, gathered almost 100 of the world's top military scientists and planetary astronomers. In secret conclave, they discussed how to protect Earth against annihilation from space. Nuclear physicist Greg Canavan, who chaired the conference, recalls passionate debate.
We know that the comets and asteroids are out there. We know that they strike the Earth from time to time.
What you don't know is whether that impact will be in 60
The scientists considered 2 main issues: how to locate and track potential impactors using technology once used to find killer satellites, and once found, how to intercept the impactors.
Are they metallic or are they like comets?
Pulverization.
From blasting asteroids with nuclear warheads to just thinking good thoughts. Every idea was encouraged.
Do a few calculations to Congress and say, would you give us enough money just to look out there and see what's there?
Among the participants was the father of the hydrogen bomb, Edward Teller. Surprisingly, he doesn't favor the nuclear option. What then could we use in the face of a 6-mile projectile heading for Earth?
I think we have nothing that we have studied, understand, and can responsibly employ. We have lots of ways to defend ourselves against smaller impacts, which are 1,000 times more likely.
Dare you think the most important component in any car is you? Which is why we do more than just design cars. We make sure every car, even our smallest, comes with a 3-year peace of mind package. A small car designed around you? That'll be the day you Matiz.
If you want a personal approach to your finances, there are 4 letters worth looking out for.
H. S.
B.
C.
H.
H.
C.
HSBC. The new name for Midland Bank.
At the home base sale, there are thousands of great items coming down in price, including up to 20% off all resin garden furniture. So get down to the home base sale now.
The ATS Euromaster permanent price check means our prices are always amongst the lowest around. But right now, we've reduced hundreds of thousands of tires by even more, plus up to 25% off exhausts. And we could even give your car a free brake check. So for low prices and high standards, call 0800 60 10 60 now for your nearest ATS Euromaster centre.
Don't be late for the Dolland and Aitchison half-price sale.
Marvellous.
To celebrate 100,000 new cars on the road, Daewoo are offering 1 year's free insurance on the Matiz. For information, call 0800 666 222.
The quest of Eugene Shoemaker continues. Geologist and comet hunter, Shoemaker is preoccupied with another concern: planetary defense, the need to convince governments that the threat of impacts from space is real and that money must be spent searching the skies. Shoemaker heads for Uluru, the mysterious monolith of the outback, better known as Ayers Rock. In Aboriginal legend, these geological formations represent battles fought by the animal people who first walked the earth. Uluru sits at the heart of Dreamtime, the mythical universe where Earth is the realm of the living, space the realm of the dead.
It's big, 1.5 miles across, 6 miles around, and over 1,000 feet high. However, it's not made of the same things that asteroids and comets are made of. It's made of sandstone, the kind of rock we find on Earth. But it does give us an idea of the scale of our problem.
Uluru is about the size of the comet discovered by the Shoemakers and David Levy before it fragmented and hit Jupiter in 1994. Unlike comet Shoemaker-Levy 9, Uluru diverts from Jupiter for a swing through the planets. Some 1,000 comets are known to orbit within the solar system, and several hundred asteroids are logged as Earth-crossers. None currently threatens Earth, but millions, maybe billions, remain undetected. And if one hits, it won't be a soft landing.
If an object that size hit the Earth, you wouldn't see a rock standing there. You'd see a crater 20 miles across.
The Shoemaker-Levy Jupiter hits briefly impact political thinking. Within a month, Congress orders NASA to find and track every Earth crosser. Today it's much more, but initially just $1 million was allocated to hunt potential impactors.
$1 million out of the NASA budget is totally in the noise. It's a very tiny amount. And some of us think that it would be appropriate to go at a little higher level. Say about $3 or $4 million a year would get us there sooner.
To push cosmic surveillance, Shoemaker co-proposed Space Guard, an alliance of observatories, one in Australia.
Space Guard is basically a United States effort, but a group of us have gotten together and formed the Space Guard Foundation, that's headquarters in Rome, with the idea of encouraging worldwide participation.
No sooner had the Australian telescope come on stream than its surveillance funding was cancelled. Pleas to the British and Australian governments who operate the telescope went unheeded, despite the eminence of one signatory. Duncan Steele ran Spaceguard Australia. He now has no telescope and no job. The skies of the southern hemisphere go unpatrolled for killer projectiles. Steele says the cost of skywatching is minimal, set against the potential catastrophe.
Now, if you do the sums for the United States, the annual expectancy of loss in terms of doing something in an actuarial basis is around about $1 billion per year. Nevertheless, the amount which needs to be spent in order to tackle the problem is much, much less than that. In fact, around about 1/10 of that. And so it really doesn't make any economic sense not to carry out this sort of program to actually track all of these objects and determine whether there is one which is due to hit us soon.
In principle, we could go and find all of the bullets that would be hazardous to humanity as a whole. That could be done. It's a doable job, and with appropriate level of effort, it could be done in 10 or 20 years.
The total effort that we, the citizens of planet Earth, are putting into scanning the sky for potentially dangerous comets and asteroids is less than the staffing of one McDonald's restaurant. A handful of people.
A handful of sentinels to watch skies buzzing with eccentric comets and Earth-crossing asteroids. The work has far to go. For every projectile plotted here, 20 or more are yet to be discovered, each one a possible doomsday.
Now suppose an object like that really is headed for collision with the Earth. What do we do about it?
Rule number 1, know your enemy. To that end, in 1996, NASA launches NEAR, the Near-Earth Asteroid Rendezvous, an encounter with a space rock. Harnessing the slingshot effect of Earth's gravity, NEAR is on a 4-year voyage to intercept Eros, an elongated asteroid measuring 21 miles by 8. Nearly 4 times the size of the projectile thought to have killed the dinosaurs. NEAR is packed with sensors. It flies alongside Eros, measuring density, mapping topography, intelligence vital for the night we spy a mountain heading for Earth.
There is a simple point which I am trying to hammer in. Solve your small problems. The big problems will then turn out to be not so big.
So, armed with the facts, it's time to choose weapons. In New Mexico, the preference is for mirrors. Here at Sandia National Laboratories, Star Wars technology was developed to destroy incoming nuclear missiles. Now the Cold War is over, can these same technologies refocus on a missile from space? A parabolic mirror the size of Wembley Stadium. The idea is to concentrate reflected sunlight on an Earth-threatening projectile and scorch it off course. There are advocates of powerful laser beams. and of giant pods that approach an enemy asteroid and attach themselves to its surface. Once secure, they release super sails that catch the solar wind and tow the intruder away. Another scheme dispatches a small rocket, a celestial outboard motor. It shunts the object to a safer course. Tony Zupero rejected these schemes at the Los Alamos brainstorm on planetary defense. Another that missed the target was the mass driver. It moves an impactor by bailing material from the projectile's surface.
We needed these things that were going to scoop and throw. A bucket per second, full, at faster than the speed of sound, going for a year without breaking. Nobody there to fix it. This was crazy.
Zupero is a ballistics physicist, but his own scheme of deflecting an impactor sounds crazier still.
The way I do it is to hit it with a ball of dust. Now it turns out if I can hit it with a ball of dust about the size of a football field, then this comet thing will get nudged out of the way, and all of us will watch the thing going by from Earth, and it will be scary because we will certainly all see it, but it will miss.
Zupero takes a generator from a nuclear submarine and attaches it to a lightweight steam rocket. This he launches towards a benign comet to pick up fuel and ammunition. Comets have water ice and dust in abundance. One bladder fills with water, the fuel, the other with dust, the ammunition.
That steam rocket will push 1 million tons of dust into an orbit that intersects the bad thing.
The bladder of dust is released into the path of an Earth-threatening missile. Speeding in at 40 miles a second, the intruder is disrupted and diverted.
Buzz Aldrin, the second guy on the moon, he and I talk about this, and he says this is fanciful. It's fanciful because it won't be there in time for Buzz Aldrin to get on the rocket, but it's science fiction to those fourth graders I talked to.
But supposing there's no time, we'll be hit within weeks. The nuclear option? Crude, simple, a last resort. A direct strike, and let's hope for the best.
The nuclear explosive is the only thing we have, and probably will be the only thing we have for perhaps 20 or 30 years.
The alternative to pulverization is a standoff explosion. The nuclear warhead detonates before it hits the object and blasts it off course.
Now, the bombs will work just fine, except I'm scared. Okay, I mean, I don't like the idea of launching half as many bombs as we had in the Cold War all at once from somebody's launch site. I hope it's nowhere near me.
The possibility of nuclear explosives being lifted off by rockets, it makes my skin crawl, but that's what we have.
The greatest threat to the survival of humanity comes from impacts, at least the greatest threat we know of. On the scale of hundreds of millions of years, we must learn to defend ourselves from these impacts. And there are really two ways to go about it. One is to have a defense system that could shoot them down before they hit the Earth. And the other is to develop independent colonies of humans on Mars, for instance, so that if something terrible happened to the Earth, our civilization would survive on Mars and could back-populate the Earth again.
In Martian biospheres, geneticists husband the life forms of planet Earth. After the apocalypse, they return to our barren world with eggs and seeds. and the precious stock of humankind. Comet Hyakutake in 1996, a reminder of our vulnerability. 2 miles wide, it swept in with only 2 months' notice. Hyakutake missed Earth by just 10 million miles. (1997) and Comet Hale-Bopp. This one has a nucleus 25 miles wide, but it keeps its distance. There could have been another story.
I moved Hale-Bopp's orbit around, just changed one angle, it's fairly easy to do, and put a hypothetical Hale-Bopp on an impact trajectory with the Earth.
It takes the slightest nudge. Using software that predicted the Shoemaker-Levy 9 impacts, CHODIS calculates the time and place of Hale-Bopp's collision with Earth, but with just 6 months' notice.
So, our hypothetical Hale-Bopp case would impact the Earth 1997, April the 24th, 5:35 in the afternoon, the latitude 48 degrees north, longitude 148 degrees east, somewhere in the Pacific north of Japan.
Tom Gerrels and the tiny band who keep watch. Can they give us the time we need? And even if they can, what could we do against a rock with our name on it? NASA reckons 2,000 Earth-crossing asteroids may pose a threat to us. We've identified only 8% of them, and that excludes comets newly arrived from the Oort cloud.
If we should have only a year or 18 months warning on a 10-mile comet headed for the Earth, something that could produce a mass extinction, we do not have any idea how we could avoid that. That is still the nightmare scenario.
Extinction. The reign of humankind is over. But as Earth recovers and breathes again, who would notice we'd been here at all?
Prayers and Prophecies next, preached by people who put their faith in divine destruction. A tour of cults and religious groups. Welcome to Armageddon. For more information about comets, asteroids and meteors and the likelihood of one of them colliding with the Earth, check out the 3 Minutes to Impact website at www.channel4.com.
This is the story of two brothers, the Saatchis, of how they turned a £1,000 company into a £1 billion empire, and then lost it. The famed excesses, groundbreaking adverts, and the buying of so many other companies. The perfect 1980s fairy tale. It even has a happy ending. The Real Saatchis, Masters of Illusion, next Saturday at 7:30 on 4.
Witness a celebration of British film with Film 4.
It's tremendous, look!
Subscribe now and you'll see July's Made in Britain month. A season of top British films spanning 3 decades. Go on! One for every night of the week. For only $5.99 a month, you'll get over 120 great films.
If you got it, flaunt it.
If you're a satellite, cable or digital customer, you can add Film 4 to your existing package for only $5.99 a month. Just call free on 0800 44 1234. That's 0800 44 1234.
Smash it.
There's no paperwork, no hassle, just easy access to great films.
Yeah, plenty of that. Yeah, wonderful.
Film 4.
For a trouble-free lifestyle, look to Swindon, home of the Honda Civic.
This is Ronseal Quick Drying Wood Stain. It's a wood stain from Ronseal that's quick drying. It protects your wood and is rainproof in about 30 minutes, which means in about 30 minutes your wood is rainproof and protected. So if you want your wood stain to dry quickly, use Ronseal Quick Drying Wood Stain. It does exactly what it says on the tin.
How to help people remember the free number you can call day or night to find builders, electricians, plumbers, things like that. Perhaps a lively jingle.
800 600 900.
Catchy.
When I grow up, I'm going to be a chauffeur.
I'm going to be a travelling salesman.
I'm going to be a pilot. What?
For a more enjoyable lifestyle, look to Swindon, home of the Honda Civic.
Oh, it's such a perfect day. I'm glad I spent it with you. Oh, such a perfect day. You just keep me hanging on. You just keep me hanging on.
We're pretending that the world is going to end tomorrow. Some say that's what Nostradamus predicted. Spend your last few hours watching Channel 4's Feast of Fantasy. It's Nostradamus night. Next, meet the cults and religious groups waiting for D-Day and putting their faith in the final reckoning. Welcome to Armageddon at 10:30.
God has put the signs in the heavens that something is about to happen on the earth.
Then at 11:35, it begins with Armageddon and ends at 0 hour, the A to Z of the end of the world.
All that Whore of Babylon, Antichrist, Omen, Armageddon stuff.
Just after midnight, get to know the man who forecast tonight's climax of history, a film premiere, Nostradamus the Movie. An hour of mystic messages is on the menu at 2 in Prophecies, followed by a twisted vision of America at the end of the millennium. The entire history of the Louisiana Purchase is at 3. It's the end of the world on Channel 4. But don't believe everything you see on the television.
Give us 30 seconds. We'll give you the end of the world.
On the planet Mars, cosmic hurricanes are reported to be concealing the Cydonia region, famous for its face on Mars. We'll keep you up to date throughout the night.
time coming upon the earth that is not a good time.
This is it. These are the last days.
We know this is the days because of the signs in which we live.
God has put the signs in the heavens that something is about to happen on the earth.
We're hurtling towards something significant, something spectacular. I just happen to know ahead of time what that something spectacular is because it's all been written down beforehand in the Word of God.
I, Jesus, have sent mine angels to testify under all the people, under you distincts, in all the churches, and all people. I am the root and the offsprings of David, and the bright and the morning star. I am the first and the last. Surely I come quickly. Get ready, my people.
I believe God put it on my heart to come to Jerusalem, and I say that because I gave up so much to get here. I gave up a wonderful life, a wonderful career. I gave up a family, wife and 2 children of 22 years. I gave up almost $1 million. You name it, I had it, and I threw it all away to be here.
People who believe that they live in end times, for them everything has meaning. The way they brush their teeth in the morning has meaning. The person they meet in the street has meaning. Nothing is coincidental. Everything, it's what I call being semiotically aroused. Everything is a sign, and everything points in a particular direction.
Probably the most important sign that I know of to show that Jesus is coming soon are these newspaper articles that have been written by various agencies throughout the world proclaiming that Jesus Christ is coming soon and that he's coming back to the Mount of Olives. This is about as great a sign as I can think of to show that it won't be long before his feet are standing here on the Mount of Olives. About 5 years ago, the Lord spoke to me and said, take the ministry and move to the Mount of Olives to prepare the way for his coming. Now, just as I'm talking to you now, that's how direct the Lord speaks to me. So we moved everything to the Mount of Olives, and we're in the process of preparing the way for the second coming. It says, in that day his feet shall stand upon the Mount of Olives, which is before Jerusalem on the east. If you were to go greet somebody, and they were coming in at the airport, you wouldn't wait in Jerusalem for them to get here. You go to the airport to meet them. And that's basically what we've done. We've gone to the area where the Lord is coming back. And now there's over 130 of us down here. Born-again Christians living in this area, waiting for the coming of the Lord.
But the purpose of being here right now is to find ourselves occupying, doing what we consider the works of God, which is simply educating people, telling people what has taken place.
And I think God is preparing us right now to experience the rapture. That we have, our hope should be increasing every time we come together.
Most Protestant premillennialists right now are pre-tribulation rapturists. In other words, the rapture, when they get lifted off the planet before the really nasty stuff hits, is supposed to happen before the tribulation.
One of the questions they always ask us is, when do you expect the rapture? Thank God that we have time to answer. Because it could happen while we're talking, amen? Wouldn't that be exciting? to be in front of an interviewer, and the next thing you know, he's photographing an empty seat.
I'm Doe. I'll tell you about a kingdom level beyond here, and if you want to go there, then you have to follow me, because I'm the guy who's got the key at the moment.
A grim scene at this $1.6 million estate this morning as the authorities began moving the 39 bodies. Men and women ages 20 to 72, all lying on beds, mattresses, or cots as though they had just gone to sleep. The authorities say that the cult members took their own lives over a 3-day period, 15 on the first day, 15 on the second day, and 9 on the third day. The means of death, sleeping pills ground up in applesauce, chased by vodka. And then, as the cult members lost consciousness, plastic bags slipped over their heads so that they suffocated.
This is a book from New York Post on their idea of Heaven's Gate. And it's full of errors. It's not right. Very bad. This is as you can see, the mass suicide.
The cult members were wearing black shirts, and in the pockets were birth certificates, passports, and driver's licenses. But no explanation of why they all decided to end their lives.
Essentially, what the people at Heaven's Gate did was a kind of do-it-yourself rapture. They believed that by taking this poison and killing themselves, they were transporting their essences, their souls, up to this spaceship that was behind Hale-Bopp.
I'm going to say something I've never said before. I've thought about it, but I've never spoken it out. I believe that Tito know my mind. And I believe, regardless of how they left here, it doesn't matter. To me, they're on a higher level of understanding.
This planet is about to be recycled, refurbished, started over.
The more I heard them, the more I thought, I got to find out what's going on. There's something going on here I don't know about. I left and went with them. It wouldn't have mattered where we went. I would have followed them anywhere.
Okay, here's an individual who says, I will break away from the world. Now, breaking away from the world is not easy. It's difficult. It's tough. And breaking away doesn't mean that, I'm going to go live in some place with this little cult, and I'll, spend time on weekends or at least on holidays with the family that I left because they're my family. No. It means that you leave that world behind. You even become another individual. It means that even the mind that you had as a human is aborted, and the soul that was given to you is filled with next level information, next level mind, and a new creature is born.
And they have to tie it up with a cult this and a cult that. It's ridiculous. Jesus was in a cult. He was in the Essenes. The word cult only means a group.
I do not care for glory. I know that's the last thing that anyone would give to me on this planet.
I would describe Doe as a most extraordinary individual. Obviously not from this planet. Obviously, he was very committed and devoted to his task, very committed and devoted to his students, extremely loving, very altruistic, wanted the best for everyone, and wouldn't let anything happen to us.
I think the way to understand the suicide cults is in terms of apocalyptic disappointment. I mean, one of the things that we can predict fairly safely until the end of the world is that people who announce the coming of the apocalypse are going to be wrong. The important thing that most people don't realize is just because you're wrong doesn't mean you're inconsequential.
This group did not commit suicide. To a human, that's what a human would think, because they don't know what they were doing. But I know what they were doing, and I'm telling you that they did not commit suicide. Committing suicide is taking your life. They were all about developing their life and developing their soul to have life in the next level, not about losing it.
Within the past 24 hours, I have been clearly informed by my older member of how short the time is, how clearly we cannot concentrate on anything except the perspective that says the end of this civilization is very close. End of a civilization is accompanied by spading under, refurbishing the planet in preparation for another civilization.
We already knew it was time to go. We just wanted to know when.
To go, you mean to commit suicide?
To leave our vehicles and go to the next level.
And you see, by losing their body, it freed them.
One of them was your daughter?
Yes. And I'm so happy for her. She had money, she had everything that anyone could want, a good education. And that wasn't it, Mama. I got to go back. I got to go with them. Go. Just go. It's all right. But we won't see each other for a while. I said, no, that's all right.
But what if somebody had a disagreement about that? Maybe didn't feel that it was time to go?
Well,
they could
maybe
leave the group.
If they didn't feel it was time to go? You mean take that procedure and go through that whole event? Oh, yes. I'm living proof, you know.
I mean, in human terms, it's very rare that a group of people get together and simultaneously decide to commit suicide.
It's rare. I'm not sure how rare it is because I don't really know all that goes on. But these people were extraordinary people. They knew exactly what they were doing. They knew how to do it as far as developing their soul. They also knew where they were going.
Where was that?
They were going to the next level. The level of existence that's above human.
Actually, it's interesting to see a growing number of groups coming from countries which were not productive of so-called cults before are developing. For instance, several groups born in Vietnam have spread in recent years to the west. Master Ching Hai group, or also the group.
The first big Chinese group?
And according to the International Herald Tribune, they're saying China has a growing number of cults that are really flourishing. Police dispersed them, employing what one source called tough tactics. No one was seriously injured. He had but dozens of people were arrested, and the groups decided to take his protest to Beijing.
And that's where the headache is for the government, because even though they're orderly, they're organized, and I'll bet you they're using the internet.
Listen how recent this is.
This is the new Vauxhall Zafira. Thanks to Flex 7 technology, it has 39 different seat combinations. Number 1, 7 seats. Combinations number 2 and 3. Number 14. 23. 38. Oh, is that the same as 11? No, I've done that one. There's one more in here somewhere. Kimber, where are you?
Vauxhall. raising the standard.
Bernard saves with the Halifax. They've had this really nice idea for a new instant access savings account. Bernard can get to his money as often as he likes, but if he makes fewer withdrawals, he'll get a higher interest rate. You see, it rewards savers who save. And I think, yep, Bernard's just been rewarded again. Nice one, Bernard. Halifax Saver Reward.
Every day, the taste of Lipovitan gives my body the kind of workout that I like.
I lost an 18-year-old daughter in the fire. I lost a lot of friends, some people that I'd known for 30 years. I believe that what took place here was like a prototype or a run-through on something that's prophesied in the scriptures to take place on a grander scale or a larger scale later on. We kind of went through a mini version of it, you might say. Certainly not all the prophecies were fulfilled by what happened here, but we got a taste of it.
The standoff, as far as we know, continues at this point between leaders of the Branch Davidian cult and also ATF and FBI agents assembled here. About 200 to 300 agents now surround the compound.
You come pointing guns in the direction of my wives and my kids, damn it, I'll meet you at the door any time. And I'm sorry some of you guys got shot, but God will have to sort that out, won't he?
Right about here would be the front door area. What you had inside the front door was a foyer. Had armchairs and piano and bookcases and stuff like that. And then there was a little hallway. And where you see these bars was the entrance into the chapel.
We'll see one of the holes here. Here's one of them. That looks nice. Oh, it ain't nothing, tough guy like me. It's just flesh. It heals.
I know, he used to tell me, though, a lot of times, Mama, I'm different. I'm not like other kids. I think the Spirit must have touched him then, but he started memorizing a lot of Scripture and stuff. But he was very interested in it at that young age, even though he was wanting to be a rock star. That was his ambition at 12, you know, to be a rock star.
Here. This is the notorious Psalms 45 guitar. A lot of people think it's kind of sensual, but no more sensual than the Song of Solomon. For those who have enough nerve to read the Song of Solomon.
I mean, you know, his mind wasn't directed along religion at that time. I think that later developed as after he, through the ages of his later teens, when he went through a bad relationship with a girl that he fell in love with, and he started searching for God. He'd go to the cemetery. He would go to the preachers around where we lived in Saxe and talk to them and ask questions.
What was David?
We believe that he was another extension from God. We believe that he was a visitation from God, that God took on flesh. We're looking to him for direction because we believe God spoke to him. We believe it was more almost on a daily basis as compared to some prophets only get you might say, a revelation periodically, once in a blue moon sort of thing.
I'm the one that looses those bands off the book. I'm the one that shows people from their Bibles mysteries about the work of God in the latter days that have been preserved in the prophecies to be revealed when there's time no longer. I'm in big trouble. Don't you know I'm in big trouble? So, you know, it's really wild, all these accusations and stuff. It kind of sounds like they did 2,000 years ago, you know, about Christ. You got to sit back and watch the battle. And I ain't moving. I ain't budging. I ain't scared of these people. What if I am the Messiah? Just what if I was?
Grown men were crying because of the pain from the gas. So I had put on several jackets. I had put on a helmet that I'd salvaged from the ATF, I believe. I had a gas mask. I had a lot of things, but I didn't have any gloves on. And so when I come out of the fire, the skin was just kind of rolling off my hands. And so I have skin grafts right now. The whole world got to hear about it indirectly, you might say. And so from that point of view, it was worth it.
So who has the responsibility for what happened here?
That's a big question. I think God allowed it to happen. Now, who was responsible for the initial thing? Forces that be, I don't know. But I think God allowed this to happen for a message to the world. And it's worked. You know, I don't like what happened. David didn't want to die, and all the people didn't want to die. I know that. But I know that they're all saved and their souls under the altar, and that we will see them again eventually.
Let's call it Y0K and Y2K, the year 0 and the year 2000. So around Y0K, you have the Romans who are in charge of law enforcement, and you have a whole range of millennial movements within Judaism, which include not only John the Baptizer and Jesus and Paul, but also a whole series of sign prophets, the Zealots. Rome's attitude is, you see a millennial group, you get rid of it. As soon as you see something like that, it's over. Wipe it out. So what you have with Masada is this group prefers to die rather than be sold into slavery. Because for them, because this is the final and ultimate battle, they don't either see a future for their children or certainly want to let their children fall into the hands of. And this is the mistake, you know, I heard from an FBI agent that when they went into Waco, you know, they knew there were kids there. They just assumed that these people would give up because, you know, who would want their kids killed? Well, that's not how apocalyptic people think.
If you go to Abilene, Israel, which was named after Abel, that's the first work of Yahweh, and you go exactly west, you will run straight into Abilene, Texas, the top nation of all nations. Now, Isaiah said that in the last days I will establish my house in the top nation of all nations. And the top nation of all nations, that's the United States.
Yahweh's last days anointed servant, our pastor and overseer of the house of Yahweh, Elder Yisrael Hawkins. Praise Yahweh.
His name is Israel Hawkins. His church is the House of Yahweh outside Abilene, Texas.
I love you too.
Cult experts believe Hawkins is capable of leading hundreds of his followers to destruction, much like David Koresh did at Mount Carmel near Waco.
As far as I know, the House of Yahweh is the only ones that have this knowledge of when the world is actually going to end.
And when is that?
2002. 17 months short of the year 2004 Roman year.
Your name is both Hawkins.
That's right. Hawkins, it's not a coincidence. Hawkins is the name in English, and actually the Hebrew is Hakahan, and it means family of priests. And so we are a family of priests, and we've changed our last name. I haven't actually changed my last name. I have added it to my name.
Since 1993, 253 people have gone over to the local courthouse and changed their last names to Hawkins.
A cult is anything. The Catholic Church is a cult because it has one leader. The United States, the government, we have the president. We're a cult. I mean, what do you want to name a cult? I mean, we even have a booklet about it.
The ones that are left alive will actually be ones who will be keeping the Feast of Yahweh. We're the only ones on earth at this time that are keeping the Feast of Yahweh.
Praise Yahweh! But authorities are most concerned about the ones who stay behind when the celebrations are over. About 100 people altogether. They've bought broken-down motorhomes from Hawkins and now live at the compound, send their kids to his church school, tie their earnings to him, and work in his printing plant for no pay.
A prophet is never welcomed in his own area. He's never believed because they know you, they know things about you, or they think they do, and so they just naturally reject you.
But he says you will preach this message to all the world, and then the end will come. And that's in Matthew 24, written about us, the house of Yahweh. Nuclear bombs are going to be used. Now, the scientists know that these nuclear bombs is going to darken the sun. That's exactly what Joel, the 2nd chapter, says. He says the sun would be darkened, the moon will not give its light.
So just who is Israel Hawkins? He used to be known as Buffalo Bill Hawkins, the former lead singer of a rockabilly group and also an ex-cop.
4/5 of the world's population is going to be wiped out between now and about the middle of the year 2002. Mark it on your calendar. 4/5 of the world's population.
That was cold.
Gentlemen, let me explain. I'm a freelance scientist. It's technically known as a judder. When the chill-filtered snaps in nets is served just above freezing, it kind of monkeys around with the body's periodontal atrium.
I think you've just had my first jugger.
Best of all, it's totally humane. Well, almost.
Dare you think the most important component in any car is you? Which is why we do more than just design cars. We make sure every car, even our smallest, comes with a 3-year peace of mind package. A small car designed around you? That'll be the Daewoo Matiz.
We could be the biggest drum store on the web. But we need help. Any ideas? The world would be a much nicer place if every person on the net bought just one drum.
At the Homebase sale, there are thousands of great items coming down in price, including up to 20% off all Dulux paint. So, get down to the Homebase sale now.
Every year, NatWest Insurance helps to protect nearly 2 million people so they can sleep more easily.
Your cheating heart will make you weep. You'll cry and cry and try to sleep.
No, I couldn't. He's my best mate.
Australians wouldn't give a Castlemaine for anything else.
If you want to chat to more people at half the price of 0891, make exchanges your next call on 09066 80 80 80.
To celebrate 100,000 new cars on the road, Daewoo are offering 1 year's free insurance on the Matiz. For information, call 0800 666 222.
If everyone on the internet bought just one guitar,
just bought one antique,
bought just one drum,
one of our CDs,
we could build a vintage guitar empire.
Go multi-platinum. Our sales would go through the roof.
I could retire.
It will be a wonderful time when we all will be together in the kingdom of God on earth, the millennium for 1,000 years. Learn to know your King of Kings, Jesus Christ, the King of Kings. Learn to know your Lord from heaven, heaven above.
We take anybody, and there's a lot of strange people in the world.
So Jesus Christ is come for you and for me to make you happy, joyful.
I've had John the Baptist, I've had the Messiah himself, I've had God, I have a female Messiah, I've had Messiah ben David and Messiah ben Joseph and Messiah ben Yehuda. I've had a few different kinds of Messiahs.
You and your wife? Okay. Well, I'll tell you, right now we're cleaning the rooms. We do have some empty rooms.
Jesus never failed you yet. Every problem he has met. Jesus never ever failed yet. Every problem he has met.
Go ahead, you go ahead. Mashiach is coming to take over. He's taking over the governments of the world. It's predestined to happen. It's part of God's plan for the Jewish people and for the whole world. And it's going to lead to a war, a nuclear war, that is going to affect our country and the United States, and Israel.
Another day, another 20,000 refugees at the Macedonian border.
In the premillennial scenario, there are 7 years of tribulation. Halfway through, the Antichrist comes and creates the one world government, which in modern versions is taking on the shape of a kind of benign totalitarian system. not so benign, but it looked benign. Totalitarian system, black helicopters, concentration camps for the resistors, and so on. Mark of the beast. And then at the end of that period, the end of the 3.5 years of the Antichrist, in other words, in 2007, Jesus will come back, the Battle of Armageddon, and the Millennial Kingdom.
But we don't believe we're going to die. Ever. Well, we're hoping we're not going to die ever.
An invisible terror, an unthinkable act. But for thousands of Tokyo commuters, the unthinkable became a terrible reality on Monday morning. They staggered out of the subway, eyes streaming, noses bleeding, many collapsing. It seems the fumes contained sarin, a nerve gas developed in Nazi Germany, said to be 500 times more toxic than cyanide. The subway system was closed as police checked for further packages. The noxious gas coated...
彼らは5つの路線にサリンをまいたわけですけれども、そのために12人の方が結果的に亡くなり、大体5000人ぐらいの方がいろんな障害を負ったというふうに伝えられています。
Most cultures have some kind of apocalyptic myth about an end time. It's more prominent in some than others. But then, under certain conditions, when people think now is the time, then it activates a whole complex of beliefs that have lain dormant and even to some major scholars in the religion may be invisible.
After 8 weeks of investigation, the Japanese police closed in on their quarry, Shoko Asahara. As other cult members were led away, their guru was discovered in a secret room within the compound. It was an impressive show of manpower by the Japanese police, but in the end, Asahara offered no resistance and was driven off in a bulletproof van. Most of the assembled media catching just a glimpse of his purple pajamas. Inside, the partially blind Asahara could only contemplate the murder charges police say he'll face.
ここは東京拘置所から歩いて20分ぐらいの非常に近いところで、そこにいろんなオウム真理教の信者の人とか、あと朝原孫子も同様にそこに今交流されています。なかなか直接接触することができるのは非常に、信者だと非常に辛いことですけども。だから皆さん考えてらっしゃるのは、例えばあの人誰かを殺してこいというような指示が孫子から出てくるとは思いませんし、宗教的な師弟関係の中で孫子の言葉にはやっぱり真理が含まれていると思いますね。仏教の中でもいろんなやっぱり時代の区分がありまして、特にいろんな真理の法則が伝えられる末法と呼ばれる時代区分があるんですけども、今まさにその時代であって、でやはり最終的な破局をやはり迎える時期が来ると。それによって自然災害、大きな戦火、そういう巻き込まれることによって多くのやはり犠牲者が出ると。これはその聖書が説いているハルマゲドンとその後に来る新しい世界、千年王国ですね。それと対応しているんだろうというのが朝原孫子の仏教的な解釈ですね。
これガスマスクなんですが、これは実際は強制捜査の後ね、施設から持ってきたもんです。
一体1999年に何が起こるのか。ノストラダムスはこの予言者に何を託そうとしたのか。 遥かなる時を経て今よみがえるノストラダムス。その恐るべき秘密を知った時、あなたの取るべき道は決まる。
The legendary being is now actively engaged in his salvational operations as a saint, a scientist, an artist, and as a diplomat. Salvation has no borders. Overcoming the geographical and technical differences, the salvation on an international scale is about to begin.
ここが第7サテアンで、サリン工場、サリンを70トン作ろうと計画をした場所です。で、サリンを実際にまく前日、ここで予行演習なんとかやった、その場所です。
いろんなタイプがありますけれども、このタイプは史上最強の毒ガスの一つと言われているサリンを検出することができます。
平成5年4月上旬に行われたロシアから取り寄せたサリン用の検知器の検査では、第1カミク、第2カミク、第3カミク、第4カミク、第5カミクにおいても反応が出たのである。
単純なペテン師であり人格障害者サイコパスです。マインドコントロールのテクニックに優れていた。宣伝方法が上手だった。そういうところです。レンゲ座といって足を組んだまま空を飛べるということを彼は言っています。それで確かに入信した人もかなりいます。確かにそれはペテンです。私もこうやって空を飛べると。私の自宅であぐらを組んで、筋肉がまだありますから飛んで、ワイフに写真を撮ってもらったものです。誰でもできますよ。筋肉あって痩せてれば。
何が幸せなんだろうかってことを考えるためにも、まず疑うっていうこと、何のためやるんだろうかっていうことを考えることが人間としての知性の面から考えると、不可欠ではないかと思いますね。ただ実際入ってしまった疑うことっていうのは非常に辛いことなんで、なかなかできないんですけれども、我々が人間である限りは必要じゃないかと思います。事件に関わった幹部の連中や多分極刑を受けるであろう、メンバーっていうのは僕がいた当時の同僚なんですね。その当時からのことを考えると、その弟子たちが勝手に起こしたことではなく、それは当然考えられないんですね。朝原の意思、それを嫌が応でも実践しなければいけない。それは自分のためなんですけれども、朝原の指示がなければ起こり得ない事件だったと思います。
やはり松本静雄の頭の中では、そのハルマゲドンっていうのが来るんだと、そしてその来るんだということが外から来るということから、自分たちでハルマゲドンを引き起こすという方向にいつの間にか変わっていったような気がします。
I know somebody who's studying Indian gurus, and the ones who have large Western followings end up, because their Western followers project onto them the desire for them to be messiahs, they tend to develop messianic traits that are not part of their original tradition, but that sort of are imported by the following that they get.
I mean, it's interesting to see how several of those movements have set up a pattern according to the model of Christian missions.
You know, this is a great logo because God gave it to me, but in Isaiah 45:3,
it says, I will give you the treasures of darkness, riches stored in secret places. That way you will know that I am the Lord your God who calls you by name. You know, I feel like I'm destined. And Ezekiel, it talks about the oil in Israel, and that's what all this is about. It's all about the end times. It's all about Armageddon. It's all about the Bible, the prophecies of the Bible being fulfilled. And so consequently, it's taken us 16 years and 56 trips to get this piece of paper. And this piece of paper is the lease at the southwest end of the Dead Sea, sitting on top of probably the world's greatest oil field. And come on in here. Well, first, here's my precious wife. She has been with me through thick and thin, and she works with us daily, and she's continuing to go and do the things that God wants us to do. But right here, this is a satellite map. This is a map of Israel, and this shows the Dead Sea. This is the southwest end of the Dead Sea, where God says, in the end day, the greatest oil field in the world would come to pass. We now know also that Ezekiel 36 says, I will cause your hills and ravines to give up their crops. My crop is oil. Look at the oil. These droplets have come out of the ravine at the southwest end of the Dead Sea. I do believe that my destiny is absolutely to find the oil in Israel. Now, it's up to God what happens after that. But naturally, we know that when Israel discovers the greatest oil field in the world in the Mideast, and it's going to totally change the whole geopolitical situation of the world, certainly the balance of the Mideast. These are the days, Paul. These are the days that God has prophesied about all through the years, and these are the days that the great prophets were looking forward to. These are the days that the disciples were looking forward to. These were the days that when Jesus Christ prophesied in Matthew 24, Mark 13, Luke 21, you just read it. It reads just like today's newspaper. We move into the Great Tribulation. We'll move into a time where there's never been before in the history of the world, because mankind can do now things to mankind that they never could before. We're seeing the devastation even now in Kosovo. We're seeing the whole world change, and we're seeing an emerging China. We're seeing the United States going down because internally, morally, we have decayed from within. So we're beginning to see the birth pains of the return of the Messiah. And we Christians believe that Yeshua HaMashiach, the Messiah, is going to return in all of his glory. We know these are the days.
So what role do the Jews have to play in the end of days?
The Jews it says, Jesus prophesied in Matthew 24 and said, all you have to do is watch the Jews. All you have to do is watch the land called Israel, my promised land. And when you see the fig tree beginning to bloom and blossom and come to life again, then you will know that you're in the end of the end of the end days. We know May 14th, 1948, on that date, Israel was rebirthed.
This is ground zero, and 2000 is 0 hour. The Dome of the Rock is the site of the earlier temple that the Jews had built. Right now, for the first time really in Christian history since the 4th century, we have a form of Christianity whose apocalyptic scenario sees the Jews not as the agents of Antichrist, but in fact part of the good guys, and the rebuilding of the temple is a good thing. So there's this Protestant premillennial tradition in America that wants the Jews to rebuild the temple. There are Jewish messianic movements that would like to rebuild the temple. According to the apocalyptic rule that one person's Messiah is another person's Antichrist, the Muslims see that as the work of the Antichrist, what they call the Dajjal. And so if you put that all together, this site is probably the most intense symbolic site for apocalyptic expectation in all of the 3 most apocalyptic religions known to mankind.
I educate people who come here who have a glimpse of what is taking place, but have never really put it together. Because God tells us ahead of time, as he does from Deuteronomy right up to the end of the book of Revelation, exactly what he's going to do ahead of time. And the biggest sign of all is the country of Israel. This little strip of land that the arrow indicates where it is rocking the planets because all the countries are coming against it in the sense of its politics today. There will eventually be a massive Russian invasion of this country, along with hostile Arab countries. And then, just like Desert Storm 9 years ago, the West will gear up to come here to drive them out. And that's where you have Armageddon. I go through Armageddon all the time. Megiddo, Bet Shean, I take tours right through there all the time.
Israel sits in the middle of the world's greatest oil pool. Billions of barrels of oil and has none. The greatest oil seeps in the world is right there. Why hasn't it been found when everything else has been found? Because it wasn't God's time. Now, I won't find it, nor nobody else will find it until it's God's time. That's why we pray daily. We pray and have 13,000 intercessors around the world praying for this project daily. Why? To know where to drill? No, I know where to drill. I know where it's at. God told me where it's at. But to know his timing. And the way his timing is going to be brought to pass, basically, is by the financing. And just as sure as Jacob called his 12 patriarchs together and prophesied to them, in the end of the end day, you shall be blessed from the deep beneath the deepest deep. There's no deeper place on earth than the Dead Sea.
So you believe that the oil which you hope to find at the Dead Sea is going to bring about the money to build the third temple and bring about a kind of geopolitical change?
Well, I believe it's the oil that we will find, not maybe find, we will find it. And when that happens, naturally, we're talking about billions and billions and billions of dollars. So there's going to be much more money than needed to build the third temple.
We have got full rights right now to the temple in Jerusalem, to this blueprint. And Yahweh willing, in the coming months, we will build that third temple. And Yahweh shows in Yechishkah, or Ezekiel, he shows it will be set right at the side of the Muslim mosque where it first set. You know, that was the original site. It did not set where the Muslim mosque now sets. That's a false knowledge. It set at the side of it, and it will be built that way again, Ezekiel shows.
It's creating such a situation that this country will bring all countries of the world here to war.
And that's the apocalypse.
That will be the apocalypse.
4/5 of the world's population is going to be wiped out between now and about the middle of the year 2002. Mark it on your calendar. 4/5 of the world's population.
What if what you're saying doesn't happen?
There is no possibility that it could not take place, just as I've told you.
But what if I come back here in 2003 and it hasn't happened?
You'll be living in a dream world. This is going to take place. There's no way it cannot take place. Every government leader on the face of the earth knows that this disaster is going to take place. They're only right now they're trying to prolong it, but they know it's coming. Clinton right now is trying to bring a force upon the earth that he thinks will slow this thing down. But Clinton himself knows that this is going to take place.
But it's not depressing, it's joyful.
No, it's not going to end. It's going to change. There's a transformation coming, and there's going to be a government that instead of oppressing people is going to build people up and allow...
4 million people are going to die.
Yes, but wait a minute. It's just like
an
accident.
They're going to die anyways. If there was no war, every one of those people would eventually die.
That's right. But when you see an accident, it's terrible that there was an accident, But then when it starts being cleaned up, you can see where things are coming back together again. And that's just how it's going to be. We're here telling you that there's a way to clean this up. There's a way to do this. And the future is going to be so much better than the past.
And at that time, there will be no one who resists Yahweh's way ever again. Those will all be wiped out. Only the ones who accept the laws of peace will remain alive after that 100 years.
And then?
And Satan will be destroyed at that time.
Then?
Then, as the old movie says, we will live joyously ever after.
B is for Big Bang, S is for Sandwich Board. The comic meets the catastrophic in an alphabet that spells out the end of the world. Stand by for 4's A to Z next. If you or someone close to you is affected by membership of a cult, or you're trying to decide about joining a cult, there's a Channel 4 information line with sources of support and advice. The number to call is 08 456 102270. Lines are open until the end of July, and calls will cost no more than 8 pence. That's 08 456 102270. A young girl let loose in Italy.
If Miss Honeychurch ever takes to live as she plays, it will be very exciting.
Her life would never be the same again.
You cannot realize what men can be.
This tremendous thing has happened between us.
With Helena Bonham Carter, Maggie Smith, Daniel Day-Lewis, and Julian Sands. A Room with a View, next Saturday at 9 on 4.
I've got 2 stepsisters and 2 stepbrothers. 2 stepsisters.
I've got a stepmom, a stepdad, and 2 stepbrothers.
1 stepbrother.
Who's got a mum and dad together? I've got a mum and dad together.
Step Kids, Modern Life, Modern Families, Thursday 9:30 on 4.
Girls on the bus kept on laughing at us. Road up 10 down to Venice again. Mafioso story with a twist. A 2-wrong fool, Julie Newmar, I hit you. And Mike turned to me and said, I'll explain it on the way. Just me and a friend, feeling kinda groovy, working on a movie. Yeah, right. But we did nothing. Absolutely good kids that day. And I'll say, what the hell am I doing drinking in LA?
If you're buying a used car, Ford Direct gets rid of all those niggling worries. All our cars come with a full history and are RAC approved. And after you've bought, there are no mechanical worries, because you get a Ford 12-month unlimited mileage warranty. Ford Direct. Used Fords that put a smile on your face.
Every year, NatWest Insurance helps to protect nearly 2 million people so they can sleep more easily.
You guys kill me. You take a delicious Oriental infusion and dump cow juice into it. You get more rain in a year than Borneo. Yet the minute it stops, they hit you with a hose pipe ban. You sunbathe in your clothes. You invent a sport that no one understands, and the whole world still whips you at it. And your most popular dish is curry. Nowadays, even your civil wars are civilized. Small country, isn't it?
Sorry?
When it comes to sex, we all know what you prefer, but you must be doing something right, because 17 million of us, Johnny Foreigners, would rather fly your airline than any of our own. I guess you should be proud of that. But that wouldn't be very British, would it? Sorry.
At Virgin Cola, even our bottles are drop-dead gorgeous. From Virgin Cola, with love.
Go on. Granny, is this your job?
No. Your granddad and I don't work anymore.
Who takes care of you then?
Well, we've got our pension with Standard Life.
Are they any good?
Standard Life take good care of us. And they've been investing really well for years.
So they're old then?
But they keep going from strength to strength.
Granny, is Granddad going from strength to strength?
I don't think so, dear.
Standard Life, for pensions, savings and investments.
You work hard at your job.
We're working to a finish. We're working to a finish.
They kick you out.
Get your asses on the picket line, will you?
So, you fight to get back.
You think I'm going to lose my job? You've got another thing coming. Got the wrong night, didn't I?
Because, what else have you got?
Can't you see? It's doomed.
Dockers, a powerful and moving new film about the Liverpool Docks dispute by Jimmy McGovern and the sacked Liverpool Dockers themselves. Sunday, July the 11th on 4.
The Hindenburg was the ultimate in luxury travel. It was the Titanic of the skies. Its destruction has always been attributed to the ignition of its hydrogen gas, but new evidence shatters this theory. The truth was so explosive the Nazi Party ordered a cover-up. Secrets of the Dead reveals what happened to the Hindenburg, Tuesday at 9 on 4.
It's the first thing you learn, now it'll be the last. The A to Z of the end of the world is after another Nostradamus newsflash.
Give us 30 seconds. We'll give you the end of the world.
And in Amsterdam, end of the world street parties as the Dutch government releases Hashish Mountain for free public consumption.
Hey, man, we go out with a bang.
News has just come in that the Ravens have left the Tower of London.
So what's the first question? What's the first... I know you please, Bob. Armageddon. That's quite funny, that one, I thought. Missed it. That one. Armageddon.
What does Armageddon look like?
Armageddon. Other side of time. All right, we'll start again.
I imagine a great flash and then nothing, I suppose.
To me, Armageddon, the end of the world. I see there's lots of green fields.
I think all the buildings will be left behind, but the people will be gone.
I imagine it'd be all peaceful, quiet, green. But I have this idea that I will be the only one there.
It's going to be bright, it's going to be hard. There are going to be, colours that you haven't seen before.
The sun will expand.
Concrete colours is what it's going to be.
The temperature on the surface of the Earth will rise.
Brilliant, sharp-edged, vicious.
It will just become simply too hot for life.
Any form of end-time theory, of course, links in with the beginning-time theory.
Well, there's a symmetrical relationship between the beginning and the end of the universe.
And in science, if you've got a theory of how there was a Big Bang and all the components of the universe were swirling around and eventually formed the Earth by a process which took millions and millions of years, but by chance.
This is too philosophical.
Then, of course, the end time will come by chance.
Then the universe will go back, essentially, to where it began.
It's entropy. Yeah, everything breaks down eventually.
Then the final stages of the universe will be fairly similar to the initial stages of the universe.
A very dark, gloomy place.
The so-called Big Bang.
It's not any one environmental threat that will probably end the world, but the danger is the combination of many different ways in which we are undermining and attacking the life support systems on this planet that we and all species depend on.
We are causing grievous bodily harm, there's no doubt about it. And unless we change direction and stop doing it, there will not be a planet viable enough to live on, and the human experiment on this planet will just simply die out.
As a result of the destruction of our forests, and even more so as a result of our burning of fossil fuels in cars and all the machines we depend on.
I use a lot of petrol.
We are putting into the atmosphere huge quantities of gases such as carbon dioxide and other gases that trap the sun's heat in the atmosphere.
There were predictions back in '89 that the number of cars on the road would certainly more than double over a period of 20 years.
If I could, I would drive 2 cars.
And we're in a position now where a lot of people can't imagine travelling without their cars. They don't consider any other possibility, even situations where it would make sense to them to do something else.
I think the idea of driving down to your local supermarket to deposit your glassware is something quite absurd, because only those who have cars can do it.
I go down to the tip and I put all my newspapers in the right places and I put my bottles in the right places.
Nobody's going to sit here and say, oh yes, I'm really anti the environment.
I make a point of never recycling my rubbish.
It's like saying I'm really pro-torture or pro-starvation.
I think in 20 years we will find out that all the ecological truth is actually completely the reverse, and the people that have been refusing to recycle their rubbish are actually the people that are protecting the environment by some bizarre paradox of modern science.
Perhaps the single most serious environmental threat facing us right now is global warming.
Global warming, yeah.
We are embarked on a steady warming trend which is getting more pronounced all the time.
It's here, it's happening, it's changing the weather. I resent that because it means we get rained on while other people get hotter.
The results of that warming trend, if it continues, and at present we can expect that it will.
I'm told it may rain a little bit more, but just for the warmth, I think that's a worthy compromise.
What this means is a steady rise in sea levels. The scientists advising the world's governments are saying that we may see up to a 1 meter rise in sea level over the coming century, which will literally change the world map.
Swim.
The majority of the world's major cities are port cities at sea level. 60% of the human race lives within 50 miles of the coast, and a sudden major rise in sea levels would essentially bring our global economy and global civilization to the point of collapse very quickly and lead to chaos, which in a nuclear-armed world is extremely dangerous.
Well, I suppose basically there are two sorts of end-time theories. It depends really whether you believe in linear time or cyclical time.
Most end-of-the-world stories are much to do with the theory of history going in cycles.
If you believe in cyclical time, then there isn't an end. Everything just goes on, going round and round and round.
The Masters see time as a phase of activity, followed by a phase of inactivity, followed by a phase of activity repeated endlessly.
On the other hand, if you believe in linear time, then what you believe is going to happen at the end has some relation to what happens at the beginning. So the religions that have a firm story about how things were created also tend to have a firm story about how things are going to end.
What Christians await, and not only Christians but many through influence await, is some colossal war which will more or less destroy humanity.
I think the idea of the Second Coming is something that we find, particularly in Britain, intrinsically rather difficult to take seriously.
All that Whore of Babylon, Antichrist, Omen, Armageddon stuff.
The end of the world is mentioned all over the Bible. Towards the end of the New Testament, in the book of Daniel, famously in the book of Revelation.
The book of Revelation really takes some beating for kind of crazed, demented surrealism.
But also, it's mentioned throughout the Gospels, which is something that's often neglected by the modern church. Jesus talks about the end of the world all the time.
I don't think death in itself is a big deal. I think a personal tragedy involving somebody very close to me would be the most dramatic event.
If somebody said to me, your mum's going to die, that would be the end of my world, and I'd probably be far more upset by that than if somebody said the actual world is going to end in 2 weeks' time.
One doesn't know whether it would be the end of the world or not. You don't know, I suppose, how resolute you yourself would be in the face of a particular tragedy. It's, I suppose, the final test that maybe we all face.
You have 30 seconds to answer the following questions. Which of these is not a European city? 4 towns need roads built to link them. Which scheme requires the least amount of road? Which driver is going to feel safer? The one with a really loud horn? Or the one with driver, passenger and lateral airbags, PRS and ABS? Test drive your IQ now. The Renault Laguna.
Bye, Mum. Mum's tips are a big help. She says a woman's ring is sacred and that art inspires. But her best advice was, have something for your man in the fridge. Something really special. Be You, my favourite fragrance. And always wrap up well. But I say, be yourself, be you.
NatWest have more cash machines and more convenient places than any other bank, helping you get your hands on your money virtually anywhere.
The Gay Exchange is now half price. Call 09066 888888 and take advantage of this great special offer right here, right now.
If you want to chat to more people at half the price of 0891, make exchanges your next call on 09066 808080.
They all laughed at Christopher Columbus when he said the world was round. They all laughed when Edison recorded sound. They all laughed at Wilbur and his brother. They laughed at us and how. But ho, 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 who's got the last laugh now?
Great taste every time!
This millennium, the one that they're calling the millennium,
This isn't the millennium.
the last day of 1999,
I'm one of those pedants.
probably go to bed and read a good book.
I love New Year.
And this New Year, I've got pretty lucky this New Year, actually.
I have a party every New Year.
A mate of mine is a travel agent in London.
It's always been a tradition in my family to have a family party.
Has got 20 of us a flight on the 28th to Madrid.
I'm not going to take a plane flight.
Where there's going to be sort of 10,000 people. So that should be quite good.
I'm dreading the idea of millennia.
This New Year, I'm not sure yet.
I don't like New Year's anyway.
Don't know yet.
But the idea of the millennia fills me with this kind of strange kind of dread.
The millennium is probably a non-event.
Not that I think there's going to be any kind of Armageddon.
I imagine this is going to be an enormous damp squib.
I just know by that stage I'm going to be irritated and infuriated by all the other things that the notion of millennia will push out of the frame.
I think particularly with the approach of the year 2000, we've seen millenarian excitement in 3 different arenas among fundamentalist Christians for whom it's a sign that, for many of whom it's a sign that the rapture is coming. For very traditionalist Catholics who believe that the Virgin Mary is warning of some tremendous event, and for New Agers who have their own wacky, rather laid-back, spaced-out variants of apocalyptic change, often involving the deaths of millions of people, but always delivered with a sort of folksy New Age charm. People who believe that they've uncovered the secret future of mankind and uncovered the fast approaching end almost invariably have a very strong urge to tell other people about it.
They can't keep it to themselves. They've got to shout it from the rooftops.
But if it's done on a small scale by what you might call amateur prophets, it can become very comic with the sandwich boards and the cheaply produced literature.
They're all terribly Victorian. I love that feeling of, this is what we've been saying for the last 100 years, and it's coming true, guys. Look.
The idea that the lone shouting madman will eventually be right is actually very appealing.
Well, I don't mind being painted as a sandwich board man, if you like.
If Oliver Stone couldn't make movies, that's the job he'd have.
I've never worn a sandwich board, and I probably never will. I'm interested in bringing a credible message to the leaders of the world.
On the front, it would say, life's a beach. On the back, it would say, then you get melanoma.
And encouraging the voters of the world to send that message.
Something that comes across very strongly, reading about apocalyptic belief, is that it chimes in with a sense of accelerating time.
Everybody's busy and they haven't got much time.
I would argue that the processes of society, the pace of life is actually accelerating. It's not just a subjective thing.
I'm hearing more and more people saying, I haven't got time. I haven't got time.
And I think this does produce questions about how long it can go on for, and whether perhaps with the experience of accelerating life there are also building up subliminal images of a crash. I don't know. What I suspect is that what keeps us awake at the moment are not images of the end, but the thought that there actually isn't an end in sight.
one that is not necessarily totally conclusive, but one that offers hope and the possibility for change.
There are very few films that end with, the complete pan over the smoking ruins. On the Beach is one, and so is Beneath the Planet of the Apes. But most of them, you have to have a couple of mutants left, and Mad Max or whatever.
A good, well thought out end.
War, famine, death and destruction. See the world through the eyes of Nostradamus. Our film premiere next.
50 years ago, royalty were revered. Today, they're picking up the pieces. Is this the most misunderstood man in the British monarchy? Channel 4 reveals the real Prince Philip, Monday at 9.
You can't always explain why you love something.
I hate it, you just do.
Be bold.
Don't be afraid.
Create something pure.
It's better to provoke a reaction
than none at all.
In our quest for liquid perfection, we have as much fun making virgin cola as you do drinking it.
Hello.
That's why you can taste our love every time you swallow. From Virgin Cola, with love.
Here's an urgent question from Royal Mail to all businesses. Are your customers traitors?
For instance, my favourite shops are just around the corner. My favourite petrol station is on the way to work. So, am I loyal or just lazy? Many companies lose and have to replace half their customers every 5 years. 67% of customers are lost because no one bothers to keep in touch. Imagine then the effect of regularly asking your customers what they want,
Lady, what would you like? Eat here or take away?
rather than telling them what you have. What distinguishes you is not just your product, it's your attitude.
Anybody else? Come on, someone stop ignoring customers. How? Visit our website.
Don't be shy, your mother wasn't Norway. Now come along.
Your cheating heart will make you bleed. You'll cry and cry and try to sleep.
No, I couldn't. He's my best mate.
Australians wouldn't give a Castlemaine for anything else.
Don't be late for the Dolland and Aitchison half-price sale.
Marvellous.
At the Homebase sale, there are thousands of great items coming down in price, including up to 15% off all paving, walling and fencing. So, get down to the Homebase sale now.
Hey, it's your Colonel here. Over here. Over here. Yoo-hoo! Now here's something new for you. My crispy strips. We're not talking little bitty pieces of chicken here. Oh, we're talking 3 big, juicy strips of breast meat in a crispy coating made to my secret recipe. And dips, all for just $2.15. They're so neat, you can eat them any place. But remember, you can only get them in one. My place. Nobody does chicken like KFC.
If you want to chat to more people at half the price of 0891, make exchanges your next call on 09066 80 80 80.
The Gay Exchange is now half price. Call 09066 888888 and take advantage of this great special offer right here, right now.
Make the perfect recording for your perfect place. Sony Minidisc.
You'll be lost when it's gone. Join us for the last episode of the present series of ER.
Oh dear, where's your mommy, huh?
Is he okay?
Something's not right with him.
Wednesday at 9.
All right. We're going to take good care of you.
Oh, it's such a perfect day. I'm glad I spent it with you. Oh, such a perfect day. You just keep me hanging on. You just keep me hanging on.
There's another Nostradamus news flash next, followed by a story of plagues, prejudice and premonitions. Nostradamus the movie is tonight's film premiere.
Give us 30 seconds. We'll give you the end of the world.
And in other news, the Russian Mir space station is falling out of the sky, just as was predicted by the fashion designer Paco Rabanne. To give us the details is Roger Rogerson.
The aging Russian space station is now making its final journey as it plummets mercilessly towards the Earth. Radio communications have broken down, but within the next few seconds, the cosmonauts will be told of their fate.
Throughout the day, sightings of Elvis Presley have been pouring in, leading to some speculation by some of his followers that he is indeed the king. And we've just heard that the asteroid 1999 AN10 may have changed its course. If early indications are correct, then the asteroid may now be heading straight for Earth. Early estimates say that its impact will be 1,500 times stronger than the Hiroshima blast. Coming up in later bulletins, queues appear at confessional boxes around the world. And we ask, what will you be doing on your last night on Earth?
A young girl let loose in Italy.
If Miss Honeychurch ever takes to live as she plays, it will be very exciting.
Her life would never be the same again.
You cannot realize what men can be.
This tremendous thing has happened between us.
With Helena Bonham Carter, Maggie Smith, Daniel Day-Lewis and Julian Sands. A Room with a View, next Saturday at 9 on 4.
Witness a celebration of British film with Film 4.
It's tremendous, look!
Subscribe now and you'll see July's Made in Britain month. A season of top British films spanning 3 decades.
Go on!
One for every night of the week. For only $5.99 a month, you'll get over 120 great films.
If you got it, flaunt it.
If you're a satellite, cable or digital customer, you can add Film 4 to your existing package for only $5.99 a month. Just call free on 0800 44 1234. That's 0800 44 1234.
Smash it.
There's no paperwork, no hassle, just easy access to great films.
Yeah, plenty of that. Yeah, wonderful.
Film 4.
They all laughed at Christopher Columbus when he said the world was round. They all laughed when Edison recorded sound. They all laughed at Wilbur and his brother. They laughed at us and how. But ho, 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 who's got the last laugh now?
Vaseline deodorant keeps you dry and looks after your skin. So, for adorable armpits, take Vaseline Intensive Care of Yourself.
Button up your overcoat when the wind is free. Take good care of yourself, you belong to me. Oh, eat an apple every day, get to bed by 3. Take good care of yourself, you belong to me.
Come on, try it. No, drink. Come on, try it. Drink it.
Okay, I'll try it.
Dr. Pepper. To try it is to love it.
Call Chatterbox now on 0906 20 20 200. That's 0906 20 20 200. Call Chatterbox now.
You work hard at your job.
We're working to a finish. We're working to a finish.
They kick you out.
Get your asses on the picket line, will you?
Do you think he is, Che Guevara?
So, you fight to get back.
You think I'm going to lose my job? You've got another thing coming. Got the wrong night, didn't I?
Because, what else have you got?
Can you see? It's doomed.
Dockers, a powerful and moving new film about the Liverpool Docks dispute by Jimmy McGovern and the sacked Liverpool Dockers themselves. Sunday, July the 11th on 4.
Oh, it's such a perfect day. I'm glad I spent it with you. Oh, such a perfect day. You just keep me hanging on. You just keep me hanging on.
Religious writings, news footage, fantasy and fanaticism in a moment on 4. Get ready for our prophecies after another Nostradamus news flash.
Give us 30 seconds. We'll give you the end of the world.
It seems even the animal kingdom is aware of the troubles. Tonight, as in homes around the country, pets appear to be turning on their owners.
It's good to a picture. If you will give it some time.
Now we go over to our Neil Timpson to get some reactions from the ordinary man in the street.
Do you know who Nostradamus is?
The one with the hump.
You know who Nostradamus was?
No.
He was a prophet who said the world's going to end tomorrow.
Oh yes, I hope.
So how are you enjoying your life?
Tomorrow?
Yes.
Oh my God, I better get drunk.
How are you enjoying? So wondering how you enjoying your last night on Earth? It's good.
Pizza and a bottle of wine.
Well, he's a prophet who said the world's going to end this year. Well, actually, the world's going to end tomorrow. So this is your last night on Earth.
Oh yes.
And we're wondering how you're enjoying your last night on Earth.
Champion, we've got two for the price of one at Jimmy's. And we're going to Julie's. Yeah, I told you I needed the moon and I didn't. Yep. I tell you. Go on.
Where's the rest of it?
Around the world, Armageddon fever rages on. Hysterical reactions to ongoing speculations that the world will end before the day is out have sparked confusion across the globe.
Since early this morning, the dead have been saying they can wait no longer. Despite pleas for patience, bodies have been drifting aimlessly in the ether. But it's not winning them any votes with the local council.
Well, we've got to keep a lid on this sort of thing.
News just in, cracks are appearing in the Earth's crust around Basingstoke.
Every person living in the present has some contribution to creating a future that is either life-affirming or life-negative. Some of us have abilities to see those potentials, those quantum futures that are given birth in this present. And these are the prophets.
We're probably going to see a lot of people commit suicide as we get closer to the millennium.
God forbid, according to the Zohar, it says what we would call in today's language nuclear destruction.
There'll be so much bloodshed and so much carnage that blood will be waist high to a horse.
The psychological impulse beneath a lot of this doomsday prophetic type thinking is grounded in the fact that human beings can contemplate their own death.
There is good news in this world. God cares. He's interested in the affairs of man. The last chapter has been written.
From Isaiah to Jesus Christ, from Nostradamus to the Bible Code. Prophetic visions of tomorrow steer the actions of today for millions everywhere and satisfy the urge to know just what the future holds, be it doomsday or bloomsday. People through the ages attempted to live in peace, the words of ancient prophets often triggered nations into battle, killing warriors and the innocent alike, and leaving victors to proclaim their conquest as fulfillment of the Bible's prophecy. The losers were left with promises that God would one day exact revenge for his chosen people. For those ignoring God's word altogether, the Bible's oldest book holds a vivid lesson. A great flood will destroy the land, God warned Noah. While his wife Wailah called him mad, and sinners all around him continued to provoke God's anger, Noah listened.
People were so corrupt and selfish and greedy that they brought upon themselves the destruction called the flood.
And then God made a promise. Never again shall there be a flood to destroy the earth. Genesis chapter 9. Verse 11. In the 18th century BC, an aging tribal leader heeded the word of God to start a new nation. Though Abraham feared God and obeyed his every command, his descendants were not always as righteous. And so it was in 550 BC that the sons of Abraham lost their beloved city of Jerusalem to the invading king Nebuchadnezzar. Exiled and enslaved in Babylon, they longed for a savior to deliver them from bondage. It didn't help that a preacher named Isaiah proclaimed that they had brought about their own misery. The earth is defiled by its people. They have disobeyed the laws and broken the everlasting covenant. Isaiah chapter 24, verse 4. Yet Isaiah promised the next king would allow them to return home to Jerusalem if they would only change their ways. God would also send a Messiah to avenge their suffering, said the prophet. Several hundred years later, 3 wise men noticed a star so bright that they left their homes and families to journey toward it.
3 astrologers came from great distances, following the combination of 3 planets that had merged together and appeared to be gigantic in the sky. So they had come waiting for that moment in time to arrive, knowing that was symbolic of a birth coming.
They pronounced the baby a king, bestowed gifts upon him, and departed.
Jesus fulfilled the prophecies that were recorded in the Old Testament in relationship to the Messiah. He was to be born in Bethlehem. She was there, Mary with child from the Holy Spirit. He showed his power over demons and over death and over the water and over the wind, and everything confirmed his deity.
Jesus proved such a threat to the Hebrew and Roman authorities that he was condemned to death.
Isaiah said that Christ would be nailed to a tree as the sacrificial lamb for all of our sins.
Some saw him as a martyred revolutionary. Others took him for God incarnate, soon to return and avenge the enemy by force. One such true believer was St. John the Divine.
During his life, he had a special relationship with Jesus. He was called apart with Peter, James, and John to go up on the Mount of Transfiguration.
On the island of Patmos, he was given perhaps the most inspiring vision that any prophet of God had ever received at any time throughout history.
I turned to see the voice that spake with me. His eyes were like a flame of fire, and his countenance was like the sun. Then I heard a voice like thunder say, "Come." And before me was a pale horse. Its rider was named Death, and Hades was following close behind. John's revelation of terror, peace, and judgment has enthralled Christians ever since. In 1969, God called Arthur Blessitt on a mission to walk across every nation on earth by the year 2000, carrying on his shoulder an 80-pound cross.
There is an end coming, and that end is the return of Jesus Christ, where this earth will melt with fervent heat and be destroyed. There is a great judgment. Those who are his will be received into eternal presence of God, where there's no need of sun, moon. The brightness of God is the total fulfillment of everything that we would ever desire.
The book of Revelation predicts a less fortunate fate for non-Christians.
They'll go into the abyss with the devil for a 1,000-year period of time, and at the conclusion, they'll be called up to what is called the Great White Throne Judgment and be cast into the lake of fire for eternity, where there'll be no quenching of this fire for day or night for eternity. In other words, they'll burn in hell.
The tradition of deciphering hidden messages encoded in ancient Hebrew texts reached its height in the elite oral tradition called the Kabbalah.
The origins of the Kabbalah come from before creation. If you understand that at the moment of the Big Bang, all the laws of science and everything came into existence, therefore also all future events also came into existence at the Big Bang. And therefore people who were able to reach into a higher spiritual consciousness were therefore able to predict certain aspects of the future. For instance, the Zohar spoke of computers, it spoke of electricity, it spoke of space travel and submarine travel. So obviously people of that time were unable to understand it, and that's where it got the notion of mysticism.
In the Middle Ages, people feared the guardians of the Kabbalah for their magical powers. Even today, the very Hebrew words themselves are said to contain supernatural forces that can offer modern Jews a glimpse into eternity.
What we teach Kabbalistically and what the Zohar explains is that those shapes that we call Hebrew letters are actually energy forms. They're instruments or conduits from the light force or the energy force of creation into our physical world.
Only scholars steeped in ancient Hebrew tradition are considered fit to tackle its many mysteries and meanings in hopes of finding guidance both spiritual and mystical.
By the knowledge of creating various sequences and combinations of the Hebrew letters, we can create various effects in human beings, whether it be healing, financial success, finding one's soulmate, finding more peace of mind, removing negative thoughts, etc., can all be brought about through combinations of the Hebrew letters.
The historical interest in the combination of Hebrew letters and the encoded messages that could lie within has recently exploded into worldwide fascination, enthralling not only pious Jews, but those of other faiths and cultures.
If you read the biblical account, and keeping in mind that the Zohar, which is the main works of the Kabbalah, is the spiritual understanding of those 5 books of Moses. So you see in the coded work that we call the Torah, which today with all the computer testing and decoding, we see that the Torah in Hebrew is a code.
The publication of the Bible Code, a Kabbalistic computer analysis of the Torah, has become an international sensation and captivated millions worldwide. The letters of the first 5 books of Moses are arranged into rows and columns and examined for uncanny clues to what the future may hold.
When put into a computer and then asked various numerical sequences to come up with historical events or names of people, etc., they have found that the Torah, the Bible, is a mere code. Because in essence, the Zohar explains that there are various parallel universes going on at any one time. And so what these Torah codes are finding are usually just the past. You can look up the name Hitler, right, because it happened already. But to find the name of the person who may have averted Hitler from coming to power, you have no name to ask the computer, although Kabbalistically that name would be there, because everything is included in the code.
And in keeping with that Jewish tradition, the actual messages of the Bible are all but useless sentences whose main role is to carry hidden inspirations.
2,000 years ago, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai wrote in the Zohar that anyone who takes this Torah literally is a fool, because it's more than that. It's a coded message of what could be in the future and what's going on now, and how we can act to alter it. And that's what we're trying to show people how to do. Change your destiny by changing the way you interact with people and the environment now.
Provocative assertions have been made, including a prediction of the assassination of the Israeli Prime Minister, Yitzhak Rabin.
If we could look up certain names or found a way that the computer could find things, we might find, as in this case where they said they predicted Rabin's assassination. But again, it's all dependent on that person changing themselves and their spiritual connection to change their destiny. And so apparently in this case, there was either no change or not enough change to change that future assassination.
The Bible Code's decoding technique also uncovers predictions about the arrival of the Prince of Peace himself,
coming into Jerusalem riding on a white donkey.
No doubters of the Bible's prediction will be found amongst the Christian tradition.
He should have been recognized when he came, but the Jewish people at that time failed to recognize him, even though most of them knew Scripture inside and out.
And so the question of who that great prophet is splits the Christians from the Jews. To this day, many refer to Jesus Christ as simply Yeshua ben Yosef, or Jesus, son of Joseph.
Basically, Jews don't believe in Yeshua ben Yosef as the Messiah because we haven't seen peace on earth.
In that whole business of was Jesus Messiah, you get quite a difference of opinion right there in the first century. The Jews were under great persecution by the Romans at that time, and they were looking for the kind of Messiah that is often talked about in the Old Testament, the one who would come and annihilate all of the enemies. Jesus was quite a different Messiah to that. He was a meek Messiah.
Yeshua ben Yosef himself may have been unconcerned with earthly power, but the religion that rose up in his name was anything but meek. After becoming the official creed of Rome in the 4th century A.D., Christianity went on to dominate most of the Western world. At the first millennium, European monarchs led thousands of crusaders into Palestine to conquer Jerusalem, where, in the name of Christ, they massacred all non-Christians, and then prepared their souls for the Messiah's second coming. In time, the Crusaders were expelled by the armies of Islam, the third major religion of Abraham. Ever since, 3 great religions have been vying for the same holy piece of property. The spiritual and political focus of all this conflict is a desert hilltop in Jerusalem, which to this day remains a tinderbox of international proportions. Debating the validity of claims based on religious beliefs has only increased the bitterness and differences.
Kabbalistically, the temple was built in that spot because the energy of the ground of that place has the greatest connection to the force of creation. When the Messiah comes, all of the Jews will return to the homeland of Israel.
It may be written that way for Jews, but Christians and Muslims also lay claim to the old city of Jerusalem and its famous Temple Mount. According to the Bible, the Hebrews were the first to stake a claim when King Solomon built his temple on a hill 1,000 years before Jesus. 4 centuries later, Nebuchadnezzar tore it down. It was rebuilt in the 6th century, only to be demolished by the Romans in 70 AD. Now, all that remains is one portion of the outer enclosure, known as the Wailing Wall. The hill belongs today, as it has for centuries, to the Dome of the Rock, one of the holiest sites of Muslims, as well as the Church of the Sepulchre, built on the spot where Christ was crucified. Some militant Jews would tear down the mosque in order to make room for a new temple. Their hopes are fueled by prophetic signs of the Messiah's return.
In the return of the Messiah, there will have to be a red heifer, there will come again.
According to the Bible, the birth of a pure red heifer that has never been yoked signals the arrival of the Savior of the Hebrew people. And according to some Jews, that very sign has indeed arrived.
But the last I understood that it was genetically engineered, that it wasn't naturally born. So at this point, we're still waiting.
But many, among them Yehuda Etzion of the Temple Mount Faithful, is tired of waiting.
The Muslims have to understand that the Temple Mount is the holy place of the Jews and only of the Jews.
If Etzion and his kind succeed in pulling down the sacred mosque, it would surely earn the wrath of 500 million Muslims.
The worst scenario I could see for the future is, God forbid, world destruction, mass chaos, what we would call nuclear holocaust. And the Zohar says in one part that it would look like 1/2 to 2/3 of the population dying.
200 million soldiers will come down from the north into this valley of Armageddon and have the final battle that precedes Christ's second coming. Jesus says that during Armageddon, the ocean will have turned to blood, that the pure water on earth will have turned bitter and poisonous. And Christ tells us that this final war will be so culminating and so devastating that if he had not returned, that no one would have survived. And Satan will be released from bondage after having been in spiritual jail, as it were, for 1,000 years. And he'll make one final effort to deceive the world into following him. And at the conclusion of that final effort, there'll be a new heaven and a new earth, that this earth and this heaven will be rolled up and be burned up, and that there'll be a new Jerusalem.
And it is into this new heaven or paradise or New Jerusalem that those who are believers will enter. And we have a whole universe to experience where there's no sickness, no sorrow, no pain, no death.
However, if those who reject destruction of the mosque prevail, the ancient Jewish prophecies may still come true.
According to the Kabbalists, the temple was never destroyed, but simply a veil has been put over the temple that people who are looking with human eyes alone cannot see it. The predictions say that the third temple will come from heaven, right? Rather than being built by man, because in essence, as people create heaven on earth by unity within each other and treating your fellow man kindly, etc., that veil will be lifted.
What still remains a mystery is whether peaceful means will guide our future or unheard of violence and carnage awaits us at the dawn of the new millennium.
chat and date. Call friends and swap telephone numbers 090 68 79 79 79.
New Corona Block Daily Moisturiser. Active prevention from rock.
He was a physician and astrologer by trade, but the talents of Michel de Nostradamus stretched far beyond the norm. He was known throughout Europe during his lifetime for his medical abilities, but it was another of Nostradamus's talents that sealed his fame throughout the ages. John Hogue, leading authority on prophecy today.
I'm often asked, who do you believe was the most important, greatest prophet of all time? I would probably say that would be Nostradamus, if you gauge importance by notoriety.
Born in France in 1503 to a Jewish family that had converted to Christianity, Nostradamus showed an early inclination toward the sciences of the day and studied mathematics, astrology, and the Hebrew Kabbalah at the foot of his learned grandfather. No sooner had the young Nostradamus obtained his medical license than he turned his attention toward treating victims of the bubonic plague that was ravaging France. He quickly made his mark as a healer, employing methods considered bold and controversial, and achieved a degree of success matched by few. But though his hands had great powers in the healing of others, they were tragically powerless in battling the plague when it touched his own family. His wife and children succumbed to the disease, leaving Nostradamus devastated.
There are often shocks that happen to people, and these shocks are what actually change a person's life. In the case of Nostradamus, his family dying of the plague eventually turned him into a mystic who eventually wrote a history of the future.
As if his grief had somehow altered his consciousness, Nostradamus found himself transformed into a lightning rod that could envision future events.
Nostradamus' basic methodology was getting himself into a meditative state, clearing his mind and body of all emotions and care, to stare into a bowl of water. In the water, when it was working right, there would be waves and vibration, and a small piping voice would begin to whisper out of the waters as images, dark and cloudy, he said, would appear of tomorrow's events.
In 1555, Nostradamus completed the centuries, 900 of his predictions describing a future filled with just the sort of pain and tragedy that he himself had suffered. Astonishingly, he accurately predicted the death of King Henry II, whom he had also dedicated his book to, stating, "The young lion will conquer the old on the battlefield fighting man against man." He then looked further into the future.
That Nostradamus predicted the assassination of Kennedy, the Kennedy brothers, is certainly, I would say, one of the most famous interpretations of Nostradamus.
The great man will be struck down in the day by a thunderbolt.
Joseph Kennedy, the oldest brother, died in broad daylight in the middle of the day from an exploding bomber in World War II. His brother was struck by a poetic lightning bolt, if you will.
In many instances, Nostradamus' predictions draw from the Bible's prophecy. According to Nostradamus, the Antichrist described in the book of Revelations would come not once, but 3 times.
2 have already happened, and 1 is yet to come. The first one was Napoleon, Paul Né Oleron, he called him in an anagram, which is Napoleon Roi, Napoleon the King. The second was Hister, which is the ancient name of the Danube, which, by the way, was where Adolf Hitler grew up and concocted many of his dreams for conquest and the final solution.
Beasts wild with hunger will cross the rivers. The greater part of the battlefield will be against Hister. He will drag the leader in a cage of iron when the child of Germany observes no law. Nostradamus' visions of Hitler and his actions were not limited solely to his being the Antichrist. In a bit of historical irony, It seems that Nostradamus' second Antichrist was aware of his presence in the seer's prophecy.
The story goes that Goebbels' wife, the propaganda minister's wife, was an avid fan of von Luce's German translations of Nostradamus, where she saw the Hister prophecies. And she basically turned her husband onto it. And if you read his diaries, he says, look, I don't believe in any of this, but I can see the French really believe this stuff. And if I can make leaflets and send them over the French lines, we may actually fulfill this prophecy of this Nostradamus the way we wanted. It seems to be that the third Antichrist, according to him, will be coming from the Middle East. And he'll make himself known sometime after the year 1999, and he will be responsible for a terrorist action and drag the world, potentially, into a huge, chaotic war. Nostradamus was not considered the world's greatest prophet in 1555 when his book came out. It took almost five centuries for him to get that credibility.
Obsessed with visions of humanity ending in a nightmare apocalypse, Nostradamus took great pains in elaborating on the end of time.
Nostradamus had two very important dates for our future. In 1999, the great king of terror shall descend from the skies and resurrect the great king of the Mongols, which I interpret to be Genghis Khan. The second important date in Nostradamus for our future is the real end of the world. It is the year 3797 AD, when the earth is destroyed by an expanding sun.
In the 500 years since Nostradamus originally recorded his visions, interpreters have time and again found world events that match quatrains of his dark and enigmatic prose.
Because one thing is certain, whether you're a skeptic debunking Nostradamus or whether you believe in Nostradamus, sometime in the debate you're going to talk about where are we going from here? What is our future? So, with that said, there are enough prophecies of Nostradamus, about 200 or so, that are clearly naming names, dates, experiences that did happen, that prove that there's something more than mere quackery going on here.
Nostradamus did not live to see most of his predictions come true, as many of them dealt with events beyond his time. The same can be said of an American seer half a millennium later. Charles Thomas Casey is the president of the Association for Research and Enlightenment and remembers his grandfather fondly.
As a young man, my grandfather, Edgar Casey, had a severe throat problem that caused him to be unable to speak above a whisper.
His doctor could not help him, and as a last resort referred him to a hypnotist. While in a hypnotic state, he spoke out in a strange voice, and to everyone's astonishment, he diagnosed his own disease.
Immediately, the physician who had helped arrange this thought, maybe if Edgar Casey can do this for himself, maybe he can do it for other people.
His informal practice as a psychic physician flourished for the rest of his life, despite 2 arrests for practicing medicine without a license. For years, he refused to take money for his work, but his wife finally convinced him to accept a modest fee. Often, he was challenged to account for his unusual ability.
When he was asked from a conscious state, he very clearly answered and felt that this was a gift from God. Edgar Casey was a very religious, spiritual person. He read the Bible once for every year that he was alive. When he was asked in this unconscious trance state, he talked about a couple of sorts of things.
Casey believed that his mind could tune into the minds of every other human being, living and dead, and could tap information that was relevant to the questions asked. Naturally, those minds included medical doctors. Another source was a universal data bank, a hall of records of every thought, every action, every event that has ever occurred, stored in perpetuity and accessible in computer-like fashion by Edgar Casey's mind.
He would see himself as a point of light, moving inside of a larger beam of light, up to a point where there was a big old building, like a Greek temple, a big library, and an old man would come out of this library. He would communicate, Edgar Cayce, as this point of light, would ask questions. The old man would go into the building and get a book and come out, and they would read the information relevant to the questions that had been asked from this book.
People soon discovered that they could ask him questions not only about physical illnesses, but everything imaginable. The Hearst newspaper chain dubbed him the Sleeping Prophet.
I think he was fascinated and maybe overwhelmed as he looked at some of the more prophecy-like information in the readings.
Not everyone was enamored with Edgar Cayce and his visions. Many considered what he did the work of the devil. This caused him great pain, but did not stop what he felt he had no control over.
My grandfather, Edgar Cayce, was accused many times of being a false prophet, and my understanding is that he worried about that himself, whether he was, as some people claimed, a kind of instrument of the devil.
In 1936, Cayce saw the impending threat of Hitler in Germany and predicted the involvement of the United States and Japan in a coming global conflict. He may not have been the only one to foresee the outbreak of war, but his prophecy came a full 3 years before the Nazis invaded Poland in 1939. Another bizarre prediction described a shifting of the Earth's poles, which in turn would trigger major climate changes and geological upheaval, massive earthquakes, and sudden volcanic eruptions.
When he made this comment in the 20s and 30s and early 40s, this was absolute geological heresy. In the 70s and 80s, it was clearly established that there have been many magnetic pole shifts, and that some of those have occurred in the not too distant past.
As with Nostradamus, the end of the millennium held special meaning to Edgar Cayce. He predicted a period of tremendously accelerated change, crisis involving every aspect of civilization, and more seismic calamity. California, New York, and Japan would sink into the ocean.
All of this was a kind of stirring the pot with an opportunity for us as individuals, as spiritual beings, to reassess our lives in terms of values and priorities. He said that the future is really determined by our individual choices, and so it's not fixed. He went on to say that even changes in the physical structure of the earth are influenced by our thoughts and our attitudes and our actions at a kind of vibrational level. And so even at that level, the future is not fixed.
As World War II raged on, Cayce's health began deteriorating, but he refused to slow down his massive workload. Thousands felt they had lost a friend when on January 3rd, 1945, Edgar Cayce died of heart failure. With his unique gift, he leaves behind a legacy of more than 15,000 readings and hundreds of books filled with his writings.
You have 30 seconds to answer the following questions. How many numbers between 0 and 60 begin or end with 3? How many triangles are there? Which is the odd one out in this list? 16-valve performance, ABS, alloy wheels, air conditioning, indoor swimming pool, electric sunroof, CD player, £15,590. Test drive your IQ now. The Renault Laguna.
Call Chatterbox now on 0906 20 20 200. That's 0906 20 20 200. Call Chatterbox now.
This summer we'll see our hottest sale ever. There'll be hotspots in the south, in the north, well, everywhere actually. For the hottest ever summer savings, pick up the Argos Summer Sale Supplement now. Phew!
If you want to chat to more people at half the price of 0891, make exchanges your next call on 09066 80 80 80.
Predictions for tomorrow vary, but one thing seems certain. As the millennium approaches, the number of extreme reactions to it will rise. Dr. E.C. Krupp is the director of the Griffith Observatory in Los Angeles and an historian of astrology.
Through a very unfortunate accident, 39 individuals elected to kill themselves in Southern California on the premise that they were ascending to a higher level of existence.
For 20-odd years, devotees of the Heaven's Gate cult followed their charismatic leader across the United States, guided by a bizarre mixture of esoteric philosophy and pseudoscience.
Marshall Applewhite knew nothing about astrology. They were not astrologers, but they were using astrology.
The members of Heaven's Gate, who were not informed about astronomy, who couldn't really tell one side of a telescope from another when they went and bought one and couldn't even spot the comet in it, those people still decided through ignorance that this comet was a marker.
So they got into a belief system that they were chosen.
Terence McKenna is a student of shamanism, a form of divination.
This is a microcosm of a typical cult. It has a closed set of intellectual assumptions which lead to a catastrophic result.
Whether hapless prophets can see the future or have a hand in causing it, the results obviously can turn deadly. The mass suicide of the Heaven's Gate commune was relatively peaceful compared to the fate of the Branch Davidians of Waco, Texas, led by David Koresh. Dr. Newton Maloney, a Methodist minister and psychologist, has worked as both a deprogrammer and defender of cults.
David Koresh was supposedly studying the seven seals in the book of Revelation to find out what the intent of God was for this world and then when the world would end.
The urge for spiritual salvation can sometimes drive people insane. Reverend Jim Jones inspired a mass suicide in Jonestown, Guyana. Charles Manson urged his female devotees to murder actress Sharon Tate and friends. And doomsday leader Shoko Asahara ordered the random killings of Japanese commuters with poison gas. All these men profess to have secret knowledge of impending doom, and indeed, for their victims and the people closest to them, they were right. So what becomes of millenarian groups after their longed-for apocalypse fails to materialize?
You know, most of us rationally would think, well, once it doesn't happen, then all the members will disperse. They don't. There is a strange relationship between the more outlandish the belief is and the stronger it is held, even in the face of contrary evidence.
Not all groups that anticipate help from distant galaxies intend to commit mass suicide. The Unarius Academy of El Cajon, California, sponsors consciousness-raising seminars of a third kind. Dr. Charles Spagel is the current director of the Academy.
It's something we've been working for the last 50 years, and that is the incoming landing of extraterrestrial intelligent personalities and the evidence of life as we know it on this planet existing throughout the populated universe.
If facts play a meager role in religious faith, they play none whatsoever in another tradition that trades in futurology. There is little doubt that science fiction can have a hand in shaping tomorrow. As late as 1940, scientists denied the possibility of jet propulsion in space. Yet in the 19th century, a Frenchman, Jules Verne, predicted that one day a crew of 3 men would travel to the moon in a journey of 97 hours. He was only 27 minutes off the mark. Verne's British counterpart, H.G. Wells, was equally prescient.
yes, his predictions have come true. He was one who anticipated modern aerial warfare and, in some sense, predicted atomic weapons. But I don't think that is what we should regard H.G. Wells most highly for. I think he was a scholar of history more than anything else. And I think you'll find that in many futurologists, that they are first and foremost scholars of history.
Now, in the information age, a new kind of speculative fiction has emerged.
Starting in the early 1980s, a group of science fiction writers who became known as cyberpunks started writing about tiny things. Everything was going to get smaller, little chips that were implanted under the skin, and biological and physical mutations and weird little subcultures.
The cyberpunks foresee a world devoid of village squares and family values, of starving, homeless people gathered around computer screens, half men, half machines.
In other words, people are beginning to live in their own private Idahos.
Terry Cook is a fundamentalist Christian who specializes in interpreting the Book of Revelations. He foresees a future filled with Big Brother technologies that are the literal fulfillments of the Bible's prophecies.
The Antichrist will lead the world in world government and force everyone to worship him and receive a mark specifically in their right hands or forehead, without which no one in the world will be able to buy or sell anything anywhere. We'll all be forced into a cashless society whereby everyone will have to go through the internet eventually. And before accessing the internet, one will have to stick his biometrically approved national ID card into his internet machine in order to gain access to his buying and selling privileges. Never before throughout history has any form of government had the capability to control everyone's buying and selling. It'll be a series of decentralized databases that will be linked together internationally at the largest facility in the world, which is the National Security Agency's facility at Fort Meade, Maryland. And of course, at some future point in time that's not too far down the road, a chip implant will replace all of these cards. We have a new identification system that requires that a needle go through the skin so that a chip can be injected. And I believe that transponder implant technologies are going to be a literal fulfillment of these Mark of the Beast prophecies as we read them in chapter 13 of the book of Revelation.
One may wish to dismiss Cook as a religious fanatic, except that many scientific analysts share some of his basic concerns. Carl Bilder is a senior analyst at the RAND Corporation, a Santa Monica-based think tank that makes future predictions for many governments, including the United States.
May create a world which is divided into haves and have-nots, where much of the world is hungry and the elites of the world are holding them at bay. That's not a very pretty world. What's very sad is that it's going to get much worse for some. The very wealthy people are going to be able to insulate themselves with no one regulating the haves to ensure that we take care of the have-nots. Certainly one way to put a harness on these primitive forces of elitism and egalitarianism would be to have a world government.
Perhaps the ultimate departure from today's world of borders and sovereign nations is a one-world government. This suggests a global culture of uniform laws, customs, and economics.
And my feeling is that one world government is the way to go. You're going to have a harmonious situation on a community level and then a global level.
The schedule for imposing such a government will not be written by the poor and meekest countries. With fully one-third of the world able to earn less than $1 American a day, only wealthy nations will be seated at the table to organize the New World Order. This brave new world, named the European Union, obliterates Western Europe's hard-won borders and lays formal siege to the very existence of individual countries. Such unions render patriotic passions obsolete. Its detractors, however, view a world government as something more sinister.
The term New World Order is not new. The term New World Order has been around for the past 200 years. The concept of a new world order has been around even longer than that. Adolf Hitler referred to it as a new European order. Stalin talked about a new world order. Karl Marx talked about a new world order. George Bush talks about a new world order. My study has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the new world order is global communism/fascism. In other words, repackaged Hitlerism and repackaged communism that's being called today global democracy, that they say will be run through the United Nations.
Many people cite current UN-sponsored police actions around the world as ample evidence of the sort of conspiracy that Cook speaks of.
I know my scripture, and my scripture tells me that whoever rises up to lead this world government mess that we're about to experience, although he'll claim to be the second coming of Christ, he'll be the incarnate devil who will lead the world to destruction, ultimately winding up all history in Armageddon.
Pondering the future of the planet at the dawn of the third millennium inspires both fear and hope in religious and secular experts alike. But whether one puts faith in the Word of God or statistical analysis, tomorrow remains essentially a mystery.
People tend to often fulfill the things that they believe are going to happen. They start making decisions that are consistent with their belief system. Now, this isn't necessarily wrong, but when those beliefs are destructive, negative, cause trouble for other folks, then I begin to worry.
Most cultures have calendars to account for the passage of time. Though these methodologies often disagree, one thing is certain: they are unanimous in suggesting that something is about to happen.
Regardless of one's theological view, they're all talking about something very important that may be occurring or may be about to occur during the year 2000 or in the year 2000 or shortly thereafter.
I mean, people are predicting the coming of the Messiah for thousands of years. And what we know now from the Kabbalists is everything is pointing to the Hebrew year that corresponds to the year 2000.
But there are cultures that don't seem to share the millenarian concerns of Judeo-Christian prophecy.
For instance, if you look at the worldview of most of the people in the Far East, the Hindus and Taoists and to some extent Buddhists and others, you will find that there is no end of the world. There are only cycles which come to an end, cycles of manifestation, and then there are periods of dormancy, and then life and the world starts out again.
If you just read the studies that science is making on how we will have 8 billion people at that time, how China will not be able to feed itself, how we're going to run out of oil reserves, that the stresses of our consumerist society, added to overpopulation, will create a situation for wars and breakdown.
But that does tell us that this whole question of being able to predict the future and to know for certain has been a preoccupation, at least in Jewish Christian ideas for a long time.
We may have to drop the past. Many prophets talk about how the past has to be completely dropped. That at this time, our traditions, as honored as they are today, will be fossilized in 30 years and do more damage and harm to us if we hold on to them.
To achieve that controversial goal would require overhauling some of Judeo-Christianity's most deeply held beliefs.
There is the idea of sexuality. There is also the idea of evil. There is the idea of the importance of animals and of nature. All of these have been repressed. They became the shadow of Christianity. And they are often looked upon as satanic to some extent and degree by fundamentalists.
Dr. Stephen Heller is an authority on Carl Gustav Jung, the founder of analytical psychology. Late in life, Jung had a prophetic, waking vision of the destruction of the world by fire around the year 2010.
Here is the prediction. Jung said that if by the end of the Piscean cycle, these aspects are not brought into the light and are not reabsorbed and re-elevated in the culture, a catastrophic development would likely take place. So that it would be very important for Christianity to disavow these kind of fundamentalist rigidities and to admit its own shadow into the light. If it doesn't do that, there is going to be big trouble.
In a collective level, when a group of people, a city, a nation, a country, etc., are also not on the right path, there will come also something. The expulsion from Spain of the Jews in 1492, the final solution of the Holocaust. But what brought about the manifestation of that negativity was people's hatred for each other.
Now, just as this happens to us in our individual lives, I think it very well can happen to a nation, to a culture, and indeed to all humanity, without necessarily the intervention of an offended and angry Big Daddy, God.
But such intervention represents the only hope for those who wait for guidance from above.
There are expected around 30 messiahs in the next 30 years from 30 different religious and prophetic traditions. And in all of them, they almost all say, our man is the right one, all the rest are false.
So it's going to be a period of deception that's unparalleled in world history. And, of course, the Bible says there'll be a period of apostasy, meaning of falling away from the fundamentalist viewpoints of Scripture.
Modern psychology teaches that there are two great instincts buried in the subconscious, Eros and Thanatos, the life wish and the death wish.
We are moving toward death, whether we know it or not. That is an urge in us that moves in that direction.
At the same time, according to esoteric philosophy, we are trying to be reborn as a new being.
And these internal cycles of destruction and regeneration then are projected by the mind as a destruction of the world. And so one always has to take that into account, that there might be an internal condition that is really signalizing to us, but we perceive it as an external coming event.
We can't even conceive of the kind of euphoria and the kind of existence that God has prepared for those who love Him. And that's going to be somewhere in this new heaven, this new earth, this new Jerusalem.
It is a place where the gates will be open and the nations of the world will go in and out from it. So I presume we will go out into the other planets and explore space and then come back and bring the glory of God back into it. It's an exciting future.
We're all going to become aware that we're all part of a whole on this planet. And that will merge the duality that's out there.
Even the devil and the dark angels would be forgiven at the end of time and would be taken back into the world of God, so that all would be one and there would be no longer any division as an ultimate condition.
Prophecy has taught me that the only real time that we have the power to change the world for the better and ourselves for the better is the present. And as we change the present, the future also changes. And the past also changes. It's all about now. The new age is now, if you are courageous enough to let go into it.
And in fact, the world will end. The sun will grow into a red giant billions of years from now and envelop the Earth. Long before that, all of these Earth orbit crossing asteroids are very likely to strike the Earth, as many of them have done in the past. There's all kinds of catastrophes toward which the Earth is headed, but none of them appear to be on a time scale that has anything to do with human history.
Yet serious concerns remain that the Earth indeed is heading toward catastrophes far greater than the miseries and bloodshed that fill our history books. Prophecies and prophecies alone remain the only comfort for the untold millions who yearn to know just what the fates hold for tomorrow.
A spot of millennial madness coming up next as fact and fiction merge into an eccentric documentary about modern-day America. Hold on to your sanity for the entire history of the Louisiana Purchase.
This programme is about modern art jokes, the stream of black, off humour that runs through the art of the 20th century that drives people nuts, from Duchamp to now.
This is Modern Art, Sunday night at 9 on 4.
I wish that I could fly into the sky so very high, just like a dragonfly. Oh, I want to get away. I want to get away. I want to get away. I want to fly away. Yeah, yeah.
The new Peugeot 206.
Get in touch with Singles. Call us now on 0906 800 8000.
Get connected. Call the Gay Network now on 0906 800 8080.
The Hindenburg was the ultimate in luxury travel. It was the Titanic of the skies. Its destruction has always been attributed to the ignition of its hydrogen gas, but new evidence shatters this theory. The truth was so explosive the Nazi Party ordered a cover-up. Secrets of the Dead reveals what happened to the Hindenburg, Tuesday at 9 on 4.
Now on 4, to end our Nostradamus night, a twisted vision of America at the end of the millennium. This film contains images which you may find disturbing.
Once upon a time, a task force from another planet brought the good Lord into my trailer home out in a little town called Hope on the Prairie, just 10 miles from Trinity Site on the White Sands Nuclear Missile Range. It is a hard thing being selected for this honor. It is a very hard thing. The archangels visit you every night and take you into their spaceships and tell you their secrets till they know they can trust you. Then, one day, the Lord himself visits you and gives you his son to bear in your womb. That's how it's done these days anyhow. In an immaculate conception, his grace came here peacefully through my own faith, through my own womb. It was a peaceful deliverance until the doctor, who was one with evil, started to beat him, my newborn king. And the doctor whipped him angrily with a whipping stick, and whipped him with a whipping stick till he was dead. The doctor killed my son with his bare hands. When I cried out, "Stop!" the doctor didn't listen. He smiled, and he said, "There, there," and he said, "Everything is all right," and he said, "Your baby is fine," and he said, "Yes, it is fine. You have had a little girl." you have had a healthy little girl.
He and Marianne claimed that there was no sexual intercourse between them, that they were boyfriends and girlfriends, and they weren't sleeping together. But Marianne had to get pregnant somehow, and if she wasn't sleeping with him, she was sleeping with someone else.
So I felt free, being older than she was, to ask her about the identity of that man. She became very indignant, said there was no man involved, was holy inspiration.
I eventually got through it by looking to the gospel for my example. The story of Joseph and how Joseph, an older man, on the point of marrying Mary, a young girl, probably 15 or 16 years old, how he must have felt and how the community must have reacted when, before the marriage, it was found out that that girl was pregnant.
If I had been sitting on a fence, that would have knocked me right off what I saw that day. And the worst part of it was I couldn't tell if it was living or dead. And I had to figure out the disposition of this thing, and I judged, boy, it's got no real sign of life to it.
Like the infant Moses, who was put into hiding when the order was given to kill the firstborn sons, it's our hope that this male child is still alive and still being protected. We have not been able to find it, however.
I can make a decision of this sort concerning waste as such, and I assume this was waste.
We were afraid at first that this Levi had killed it. As you know, the Jewish religion requires blood sacrifice.
Now, I have heard speculation that he may have drugged her or something and raped her.
Dr. Levi is a Jew who has not converted to Christianity. Levi is also a homosexual.
It was Tony, the boyfriend, who did most of the organizing. He started the whole thing. He worked everyone up against me. He organized the pickets.
The community's feeling is that Levi is a child killer, child molester, that he's not the sort of person who should be allowed to take care of the children, the families, the women in our community, and we want him out of here. Really what we want is for him and his kind to be taken care of, locked up, or put to death, given due process of law.
Paranoid conditions are characterized by the presence of delusions. That is, false beliefs which cannot be corrected by adequate proof and which are not in accordance with generally accepted concepts. The patient is convinced that powerful forces are opposing him, and in the delusional system, these often take the form of large and influential political or religious groups. You showed me some signs she's using sometimes.
Yes, and, well, Mr. St. James, too, was using them, and my sister-in-law,
what are
too,
they
in
like?
court.
What are they like?
Either like this, and like this, or no matter any place on the body, wherever they get at you see.
And
it could be there even, and they scratch their hair, their head like this. I've seen doctors also scratching that, but there's only the jet black hair people that know what they mean. You see? They only know what, I mean, they're the only one who knows what reason they're doing it for.
Fair-haired people don't know it.
Well, I don't think they do. Because if they might know what it means, but I'm sure they don't know for what reason. And
why is there this
also
difference?
They show their teeth, and they stick their tongue out too. They go like this.
As they say, assumption is the mother of all cluster ducks. So we must know, with Mary Ann's situation, we don't know how dangerous she is. She's killed her baby. Frankly, I'd say she was brainwashed into doing that, hypnotized into doing that. She wouldn't have done that. Come on, no one would normally do that.
What she did was murder, and why she was allowed, if this was an alien-induced pregnancy, why she was allowed to bring it to term, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why that was, unless it was to drive her to do just what she did.
So if you just imagine for a moment that if they took human DNA and mixed it with the DNA of, say, a frog, what you probably come up with was an intelligent, smooth-skinned, hairless, amber-eyed, probably slightly slanted. And gee, all these pictures that I've seen, I'm sure, of ETs over the last 20 years and 30 years or so, especially the last 20 years, and what they look like. It looks like to me, looks like a human frog.
You can always tell the people who have had abductions or experiences or sightings. My hairdresser and his friend had sightings many years ago, and if you brought it up in front of one of them, Randy Pickett was his name, he would just tremble like a leaf.
So after some years of being abducted, and as a lot of these people are claiming on some of these television broadcasts that they have, they were able to be conditioned into, say, someday, when a certain tone of sound is set off in their minds or their brains, they become a self-destructive individual who goes out there and just annihilates half a dozen people or blows something up, or they'll follow any kind of order.
Their main agenda is to turn people away from God, because that's where our power source is. Without God, we have no strength against them.
I look at the Oklahoma bombing and I go, I look at the case of the individual who killed those 7 or 8 people at Long Island train and wounded like 17 others. I look at these mad, nutty killers around the country. For example, Helter Skelter, Charles Manson, way back then.
I think they're looking for real fine genetics, and in her case, I do think that she had an alien baby, and she couldn't explain her pregnancy, so she was beside herself. If there's no one to discuss this with, and if the baby looked like a monster, she could not handle that emotionally at all.
If a human is part alien and you can't see that, but God knows about it, it's not for us to judge, and she should never have judged that. That was her mistake. But then it's a mistake a lot of people could make, and it goes down to what we're shown in the media, like Rosemary's Baby. Well, she thought she had a child of Satan.
Frankly, as far as I'm concerned, from those cases that I hear around the country, these people are totally faultless. But I think we can look to our own government, our own NSA orchestrating this whole thing.
Around my neck, I wear the world-famous neck violin for bad musicians. This is an old world device. It was invented during the Inquisition for bad musicians and other people who can't keep their mouths shut, and other people who don't know when to stop talking. All bad musicians should wear their neck violins, to spare others the shrieking rackets. Because most bad musicians are inconsiderate, they had to write a law forcing them to wear their neck violins. This was a sensible decision on their part. When the violin tuners tighten the wires, they cut into necks, see, and make it difficult for people to sing the bad songs. I should not have to wear this neck violin around my neck, because I'm not a bad musician. The tighter they pull the wires, the closer I get to confessing I am. They want me to make a confession, so that is what I will do. If I confess, they will kill me, because that's the job. Gee, being killed would be nice, because I could go to the kingdom of heaven That is where they send faithful people when they are killed. That's where people like us can go.
Well, at first he was the Christ, and then he was the Antichrist. And I got real scared. I thought he'd flipped. Still believe it. I still believe it. I think he flipped. I don't think he ever got it back.
You have 30 seconds to answer the following questions. Which of these is not a European city? 4 towns need roads built to link them. Which scheme requires the least amount of road? Which driver is going to feel safer? The one with a really loud horn? Or the one with driver, passenger and lateral airbags, PRS and ABS? Test drive your IQ now. The Renault Laguna.
Other callers may want to flirt with you on this line. 09064 789 789, the flirt hotline.
How do you make the most of your computer?
I do all my banking online.
With Barclays, you get free internet access for life.
Get connected. Call the Gay Network now on 0906 800 8080.
Well, you know, the other day you told me about the government being concerned in some way with all this.
Yes, because the government doesn't keep the law. The government is not in harmony with truth.
The government prevent people from fulfilling the law?
Yes, they do. They're known as martyrs.
The people?
Those people, yes, who are attacked by the government when they wish to be truthful about the law and fulfillment of it.
Well, how would the government go about it?
I consider Hitler was one martyr.
You mean he was crucified by...
Wall Street.
By Wall Street? Were you the only one who realized it?
Oh, heavens, no.
You going to fight the government? Try it. Good luck. You going to go to court and fight them? They own the court. You going to get a lawyer to help you fight the courts to fight it? They own the lawyers. You going to get the medical profession to help you? They own the medical profession. What industry are you going to get to help? They own that. They own it all.
A task force from another planet crashes into Great Plains, despite the warning of a small lighthouse. But they do not speak the lighthouse's language. Instead, they crash into a small homestead from which they hear a cry. Inside, they find Moses, only 10 minutes old, spared Pharaoh's bloody decree.
Movie picture, the television, you name it. The Jews, through their money power, have seized control of all mass communications. So, whether you go to college or wherever you're going, you're subject to their reinterpretation of history, their ideas. So, what they have endeavored to do and have finally succeeded in doing is to bring us into a Jewish mindset, where we think Jewish, act Jewish, and worship Jewish.
My God. So, it's all part of a Jewish conspiracy that's already taken over our country. They're owned and controlled by the Israeli Mossad. It's the CIA that's the hidden hand that runs our government. they're not only using the niggers in Watts to do that, but they're trying to do all of us that way.
Huh. It's pretty...
Particularly aiming at our children. They can raise
Keeping Moses company is a nice scarecrow who loiters around laughing, playing home on the range on his harmonica. If it's not a rain date, his friend is also there, I think, playing an accompaniment on the Jew's harp. Does everybody know what a rain date is? If an out-of-doors event is canceled, see, because of the rain, the date for which it is rescheduled is called the rain date.
Time and she killed her baby.
How is this connected with you?
The hypnotherapist asked me, he said, James, is there anybody else with you on the spacecraft? In my hypnotized state, I looked around, and there in fact was. And not only was there somebody there, it was this woman, Marianne Ward.
Mommy, Savvy, come on now, hey, I'm home, man, I'm alone. Well, I'm Savvy, my sugar bone, and my liver, me, my bussy, my down. My baby, on me, ma, come on, me, oh, my love, and I'm a damn. Well, I'll be tumbling my baby, lonely boy, I'll be. Let's have me gone away from my I had money, no hello. It's time to leave for you.
But there'll be other nights, other stars for us to watch. They'll be back.
First, when I thought about interdimensional things, it was very, very frightening to me. Maybe that's because I'm a woman, I don't know.
James, June, look at this griddle. Yes, Frank just bought me one, too. It's so convenient. I'll say. See this? The grease drains right into this handy removable cup. For heaven's sake, wonderful. But the best thing is the large cooking surface. I can grill a whole pound of bacon or 15 hamburgers at once.
A hamburger is heated very well in the microwave oven. In fact, Percy Spencer sort of had that in mind when he chose the frequency.
Mary Ann had ideas that our goal and aim was to bring on the end of the world fast, that we could return to Christ, to God. And how could we do that? Well, she thought a nuclear explosion might be the fastest way to get to that goal. And that was just a little frightening. She was in charge of safety, but I think that wasn't really her first concern.
The whole scenario to the whole Marianne Ward case is the apocalypse. And we all know who the four horsemen of the apocalypse are. If you're into the Bible prophecy, we're looking for these four horsemen of the apocalypse, and we know that those are the Beatles.
It takes quite a bit of time to kill even a object as small as an infant. An infant still is big compared to a hamburger. If in some peculiar fashion a critical organ were put right into the head of the where the energy comes from the magnetron, so that was preferentially being heated rather than let's say the feet, which are not very critical. One can understand that eating the head by itself will kill an animal a lot more quicker than just eating the feet.
It's baked like an oven, toast like a dream.
As I remember it, the sheriff said Lucy must have exploded. That is a wild speculation.
Bake brown and serve rolls, frozen pies, baked potatoes, and even a delicious meatloaf.
The report in the paper was very brief, and one cannot conclude exactly what happened. All we know is that a microwave was used, the child was found dead, burnt along with the microwave.
And the picture window lets you watch while you bake. There's even a special top browner for English muffins, hors d'oeuvres, or open-faced cheese sandwiches.
If you want my opinion, she lied through the whole trial to get into that mental hospital. She didn't want to go to the chair.
Look fresh as a daisy, faster than ever before. With this new General Electric Medallion hairdryer, you'll spend less time than ever under the dryer. The smart Sally Victor Bouffant bonnet fits easily over the largest rollers, and the reach-in top enables you to check your set without removing the bonnet. No need to sit still either. Just fasten the lightweight unit to the adjustable carry strap, and you're free to move around.
You can have a flea flying around. The hamburger is cooking, maybe even starting to steam, and the flea will be flying around unperturbed, not unhappy at all. Unless he sits on the hamburger and becomes part of the hamburger, and then he has a little problem. And whereas if that same energy were applied to an elephant, because it doesn't penetrate very much into the elephant's skin, he would begin to think it's a slightly warm day, but he's not going to be greatly hurt by it.
God really wanted to come down and tell us all this stuff, why would he send messengers like John Lennon, who was a sinner? Why would he send Marianne Ward, who likes to bake babies? I mean, why would it be done in such an evil way? Why would Manson be sent in just to tell the world that there are hidden things within the music? I mean, why? Well, because I had a reason. Can't remember it. And I had a really good reason. I just forgot what it was.
Arthur, there's no doubt about it. You are the perfect hostess. Well, without these appliances, I'd be lost. Another cup of coffee?
Maybe she didn't know how to feed it or something even. I mean, it might not have, eaten like ordinary babies and whatever. So she probably really had a terrible, terrible problem that maybe nobody understood.
That was quite a party, honey. Why don't we leave everything until tomorrow?
Now, Bob, it will only take me a couple of minutes to clean up.
This is the story of a little girl who fell asleep in the embrace of a tree trunk and dreamt of a little girl who fell asleep in the embrace of a tree trunk and dreamt of a little girl who fell asleep in the embrace of a tree trunk. The story of the little ones.
matter who they pick.
It's just an experiment.
Create a phony artificial threat from space so they can have their new world order. So they can destroy all existing religions, all existing governments, put the chains on the mob, and have their totalitarian socialist state.
This is about a woman claiming to have killed the Antichrist?
Yeah, it's a pretty disturbing incident that happened down near Alamogordo, New Mexico.
Lamb of God, that takest away the sins of the world, have mercy on us. Lamb of God, that takest away the sins of the world, have mercy on us.
Under mind control.
Lamb of God, that takest away the sins of the world, grant us peace.
Gentlemen, let me explain. I'm a freelance scientist. It's technically known as a judder. When the chill filtered snaps in nets is served just above freezing, it kind of monkeys around with the body's periodontal atrium.
I think you've just heard my first judder.
Best of all, it's totally humane. Well, almost.
Swap phone numbers with singles. Call us now on 0906 800 8000.
Summerfield's Price Check has great offers every week, like half price for a punnet of peaches.
Funny how things taste even better with money off.
Get connected. Call the Gay Network now on 0906 800 8080.
New Year's Day 2000, right at the stroke of midnight, when the earthquake will come and destroy the Luxor Hotel, which we will be in because I told him I'd come and hold his hand. And it'll destroy Vegas, he said, and then that will be the beginning of the end for the world.
Out at Yucca, the test site is readied for the maneuver. Dummies dressed in many types of marine apparel are positioned at various distances from ground zero. Some exposed, others in shallow and deep foxholes. What the blast does to them will indicate what it would do to men in the same positions, wearing the same gear. It is here with the nation's press looking on that this cloud is born.
Every day I read to Lucy from a little book, and the book was called The Entire History of the Louisiana Purchase. And I read the book to her most of the day. The book had pictures of pioneers and buzzards eating dead Injuns. And the book asked the old question about a tree falling in the forest. Said that this is the hardest day of the week, and that yes, Love must be a feast. And it was a nice book. And it told the whole story. This day and every day, henceforward.
You are my flower, that's blooming in the mountains so high. You are my flower, that's blooming there for me.
That's very symbolic. It's a symbolic name. Oh, that's interesting. She had a baby. Her baby's name was Lucy. Oh my God, are you serious? No, I'm serious. Guess what? What? Like Lucifer. Lucifer. Do you know who Lucy in the sky with diamonds is? No. Yeah, like in the Beatles song. Yeah, it's a prophecy by the Beatles about the fall of the Luxor Hotel in Las Vegas. It is the Tower of Babel, and it is a prophecy about the end times, and they hid.
When summertime's gone and snow begins to fall, you can sing a song and say to one and all, you are my flower.
Dear God, this is your child, oh God. This is not my child. This is not my child. Let this child be the instrument of thy wrath. Protect us from the evil one.
All right, I'm beginning to see the head now. One push would really help right now. Big push.
Dear God, this is your child, oh God. This is not my child. This is not my child. This is not what this child becomes.
And so the doctor gave me a daughter wrapped in a blanket. It was not my child, and I was not its mother. But a sign had come from heaven, and I knew to accept the child and to name it Lucy. I recognized evil in the doctor's eyes and in Lucy's mouth. When she drank of my milk, I did bleed, because Lucy was born with teeth.
Not only was there somebody there, it was this woman, Mary Ann Ward.
The one that's in prison right now, or
That's right.
okay, or in the
mental hospital. That's right.
You never even knew that woman, never heard of her, didn't know anything about her until somebody told you about her.
The thing was, I knew this woman as a little kid because it's a small town.
Well, you see, it's all in your head already. If you never knew her at all, and never heard of her, never read anything about her, and then all of a sudden it came up, you saw her on this spaceship, well, that's a different story. Who else was on there that you didn't know?
Well, the thing that
mind control project conducted by the intelligence.
Okay, well,
I don't believe that girl had any birth at all, and no doctor killed it. It's just a crock of crap.
One day, 3 months later, I couldn't hide the truth about Lucy any longer. I stopped feeding her. I was cleaning my house. I was fixing to clean out my microwave. And Lucy was there, and well, I put Lucy in the microwave. I wanted Satan to go back to heaven. I wanted to return the little fallen angel to heaven. And there was my microwave, my little source of nuclear power. And there was little Lucy. And I wanted to end the war between good and evil by sending her back to heaven. And I did that. That is finished. And that's that.
Now you are gone. From now on, all my friends won't be strangers. I'm all through ever trusting anyone. The only thing I can count on now is my fingers. I was a fool believing in you. Now you are gone. Oh, the love you promised would be mine forever. I would have bet my bottom dollar on. Well, it sure turned out to be a short forever. Just once I turned my back, you were gone. From now on, all my friends are gonna be strangers. I'm all never trusting anyone. The only thing I can count on now is my fingers. I was a fool believing in you. Now you are gone. Not knowing any better than to think I had a love that would be true. Why I should be taken out, tarred and feathered, to have let myself be taken in by you. From now on, all my friends are gonna be strangers. I'm all through ever trusting anyone. The only thing I can count on now is my fingers. I was a fool believing.
Greetings, dear brother Zan. Uriel here. I am so happy to see you this day. Let me say to you, dear, in these spiritual wells of light and love, all the flowers and trees and growth, they extend this love to you as you pass them by. It is a beautiful and happy and joyous way to live, and you would never want to return to your earth world of warring and hatred and resentment. Make the decision that you want through.
Like the infant Moses, it's our hope that this child is still alive and still being protected. We have not been able to find it, however.
Zan, you may feel as though you have many, many enemies, but you know there is only one true enemy, and that is the self. And when you overcome enemy number one, you will be well on your way.
Made her bed, and she sure as hell ought to be made to sleep in. I think she deserves worse.
An angry woman dragged her mother along the ground through her own orchard. "Stop," cried the groaning old woman at last. "I did not drag my own mother beyond this very tree." Verily, the story I will tell you is the story of a lonely prospector and his wife. In the desert, you'll see, this strange and lonely prospector spends his days prospecting for gold and Indians and all the riches of the prairie. Since he comes up empty-handed, he must earn his keep through selling circus entertainment. So, under the crack of his whip, dances his wife. It is not her fault. After all, she is an American girl. And an American girl is a good girl who knows for grace that not of good works does man find salvation. Yes, the American girl is a crude virgin, and she is safe in her freedom.
Are you cooking a baby? Sorry, I just thought I'd throw that in. Say it.
No.
You're cooking a Chinese baby.
Oriental, I said. It's Oriental rice.
Oh, they prefer Asian these days.
Nope. I need the steam left in. That's why
Sorry.
it's lifted high. For an Antichrist, you're not real smart. Excuse me.
Cheia de penas me deito, e com mais penas me levanto. No meu peito, já me ficou no meu peito, e esse jeito, o jeito de te querer tanto. Dentro de mim o castigo, por uma lágrima, tua, que alegria me deixaria matar.
Yeah.
You can get $1 out
idea. Good idea. Huh. If there's a woman down there who could actually claim to have given birth to the Antichrist.
You know, every teenager that gets knocked up claims that it must have been an immaculate conception because they didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Well, and she asked for your help.
Well, no, the thing was,
She didn't ask for our help either.
She didn't ask for our help.
Forget her.
Just forget her.
Forget her.
"50 years ago, royalty were revered. Today, they're picking up the pieces. Is this the most misunderstood man in the British monarchy? Channel 4 reveals the real Prince Philip, Monday at 9.
Saturday saw the start of the world's most prestigious cycle race, and 4 will be there to guide you through each breathtaking stage. The Tour de France, next.
Want to flirt with the opposite sex? 09064 789 789, the Flirt Hotline.
Get connected. Call the Gay Network now on 0906 800 8080.
We've been to Chelsea, now we take you to the royal parkland of Hampton Court Palace for the largest and most popular flower show in the world. Horticultural and historical glory for gardening's most creative and eminent designers. Hampton Court Live, Sunday at 6:30 on 4. Now we begin our coverage of one of the world's toughest and most spectacular sporting events, the 1999 Tour de France.